Worthless. Foreign.
This monster was lurking near the lamp. That must have been a planned ambush. We're not falling for that again. There's something inside it. Some small device. Huh? Why isn't it giving off light anymore? Is it broken? We better take it with us.
Off we go.
The fight took place here. Did Flint leave these marks?
Adventure time.
Is someone there? Please, help me!
Isn't that Flint's voice? Did you hear that? But is that really him? Ah! We'll be in trouble if these spooky shadows touch us! Quick, use the lantern! What? Is that?
Will at last always.
Monsters!
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Useless. Evil conquering. Worthless. Here. Here. Worthless. Here.
This monster was lurking near the lamp. There's... Huh? A fight took place here. Did Flint leave these marks?
Is someone there? Please, help me!
Isn't that Flint's voice? Did you hear that?
How shall the Savior save themselves?
Ah! More baddies! Ah! We'll be in trouble if these spooky shadows touch us! Quick! Use the lantern!
from the first.
Tutto mi nectorai desnerite.
You're a fool. You again.
What the? It's stronger than before. Lantern now!
What?
It escaped again. This situation speaks for itself, I presume.
So, you were tangling with Rarer out here all by yourself.
So, that vile phantom hiding inside the Wild Hunt has a name of his own.
Yeah, you don't look so good.
Sorry you had to see me like this. All the same, you have my sincere thanks for your aid. To think you had the power to so easily cleanse the filth staining the lantern, which tormented me so. Might I ask what magic that was? Or whose pupil you are? I believe I might have saved some face had I mastered just a fraction of such abilities. And an enviable constitution it is. A pity that such abilities cannot be acquired.
Why did abyssal power just burst out of your lantern anyway?
That is a long story. Many moons ago, when on Wild Hunt clearance duty, I shattered one of its cores only for a special crystalline object to fall out. I sensed a power surging within it that was at once familiar yet strangely illusory. I freely confess to being an avid collector of ancient gems, coins, and other curios. And curiosity it was that had me store this crystal inside my lantern. Afterwards, I wound up collecting a few more such crystals quite by accident, and discovered that they could merge into a single piece without my prompting. Though my understanding ends there. It was only recently that they began slowly emitting abyssal energy, which could neither be dispelled nor weakened.
Is that what Rarer claimed belonged to him? That must be what he's after then!
I concur. And here's the kicker. Before he was exceedingly weak. In fact, I've already beaten him several times, though I could not destroy him completely. But I noticed while engaging him that the crystal fragment would restrict my powers. As such, it occurred to me that I should hide it rather than tangle with him any longer. Alas, he has proved most fixated upon this fragment. And for some reason, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds since I last encountered him. And where, might I ask, would it be safe? Or do you think it wiser I threw it away? Were our places switched, would you discard it, knowing that its perilous might was beyond your ability to counteract, yet capable of causing greater harm should it lie beyond your grasp?
Yeah, throwing it away would mean giving the bad guy what he wants. But exposing yourself to its corrosion and growing weaker by the day, that sounds super dangerous too.
Only those who shoulder risks are qualified to welcome in the turning of the tide. Those who flee when troubles come are nothing more than deserters. Though I shan't deny that I have your fortuitous arrival and most outstanding assistants to thank for my continued ability to speak such platitudes. Either way, it seems this fragment is now utterly still. That must have made it useless to Rerir. I doubt he would have retreated so readily otherwise. I imagine this wasn't the only reason you came looking for me, though?
Well, no, but...
Ah. I see. To use the Lightkeepers to find me, I suspect. I did not inform anyone of my true whereabouts, so he should have had more difficulty tracking me down. They alone have the ability to quickly pinpoint my position. Our Sergeant Major has a Kuvaki-powered device that can be used to detect others who bear a lantern. They usually don't pay my whereabouts much mind unless they absolutely must find me.
You mean this thing?
Yes. Where did you pick this up?
We found it inside a lantern when we first charged into the Wild Hunt anomaly.
It must belong to a Ratnik dispatched to investigate the area, who, it seems, dropped everything and fled the moment they saw the Wild Hunt massing to strike. Well, at least they're not dead.
Guess it's not surprising how they found you so fast, then. But if Rerir could have shapeshifted into Sosi, why didn't he just use that Kavaki device to find you himself?
Were he to use it, that device would likely fail to act as it should, owing to abyssal interference.
Ah, guess that explains it.
So not only is this Rerir ruthless, but a purveyor of dirty tricks, too. You might not be familiar with Sergeant Major Sosi, but he put his heart and soul into every mission. Our deployments are subject to orders from headquarters, and his orders were to be stationed long-term in Nasha Town. As such, he was very seldom able to go back and visit his family. He worked so hard, seeking to produce excellent results that might convince them to transfer him out.
Oh.
But every year they would say, "Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer." He often wondered if it was because he was lacking somehow. In truth, everyone had nothing but the highest praise for him. But good work does not always lead to good outcomes. The higher-ups would think, he's doing great where he is. Let him stay there forever. A most convenient choice for them, at least. Whereas his subordinates would think, wouldn't it be a shame if we were to lose such a talented, easygoing boss? So he waited. And he waited. Until the world closed its eyes in the depths of the night, and a lantern was slowly lit for him alone, that no one could see. One that has played out many times throughout history. Another reason to take this Rerir's head.
Oh. At least we now know that he's looking for these fragments inside Wild Hunt anomalies.
And yet, what did the Sergeant Major have to do with any of this? Why did he have to die?
Could Rerir be angry that the cannon Sosi set up to fire destroyed the fragments he wanted to collect?
Could you take me to the scene of the crime? We shall just have to exercise some discretion then. Come on. Let us be on our way.
Here! Worthless! 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 Here! Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Let the show begin.
Let's light it up!
Impossible!
Huh? Yeah.
No time to lose. Useless.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork! Off we go! It's a miracle! Adventure time!
I understand the situation more or less. Much has happened, I see. Either way, I suppose we were lucky not to receive a warm welcome on the way over here. It seems my fellow Lightkeepers do not wish to make this case public just yet.
Yeah. Guess Nasha Town's already been enough of a mess lately.
Let's stop here. Any further and the Ratniki might detect us. Since you two can enter, I'll have to request that you kindly pick me up once you're inside.
Oh? And how are we supposed to do that?
You'll know when the time comes. See you later.
Still acting all mysterious. But he seemed pretty confident, so guess we've gotta trust him. Hello?
Ah, you're the special assistants for this investigation, right?
Yep, that's us.
Well, you're just in time. We're basically done investigating the crime scene. All that's left is to finish writing up some records. Then properly dispose of Sergeant Major Sosi's remains. If there's anything else you'd like to look into, this is your last chance to do so. Sadly, no. The motive behind the killing remains a mystery. And while we somehow managed to get news of Flint's, an unexpected accident caused us to miss him. But considering that Nefer from the Curatorium of Secrets came forward to help investigate, I have no doubt that a breakthrough's not far off.
We'll do our part too. All right, we're going in. See you later.
For now.
Phew, we're in. Thanks to Nefer's reputation, once again. But we still know nothing about how Flint's is gonna enter, or how we'll pick him up. Never mind how we'll leave later on. Something the matter? Huh. That looks like Flint's lantern. But where is he exactly? Well, we've got the lantern. What now? Oh, Paimon almost screamed out loud. You never said you could do magic like that.
This lantern may have a rather peculiar shape, but so long as it doesn't glow, it won't stand out in the dark. I calculated that you would have already entered, so I chose a spot visible from the window before using light to send you a signal. As I thought, you're both sharp-eyed and on the ball.
The perks of being veteran adventurers, huh?
Your composure is more impressive still. You're right. That required a little trick of my own. But let us leave such trivial topics for a more relaxed moment. Our time is limited after all. Just as I thought. Come, try sensing it yourself. Identical powers must flow from the same source. It was the Wild Hunt, then, that took my form and killed the Sergeant Major. But why do this?
To sow chaos by depriving the Lightkeepers of one of their commanders?
If the Wild Hunt's true form is powerful enough to stand against the world as you claim, I fear not even the full force of Lightkeepers could stand against him, let alone the handful of us stationed in Nasha Town. He would have no reason whatsoever to pick quarrels with individual ants. Let's look again more closely. We must leave no stone unturned. Well, that makes things simpler. In that case, allow me to disturb the fallen. May the ghost flame guide your spirit. May you rest in peace. When we fought, he seemed like quite a reckless foe. Certainly not the meticulous mastermind type. Yet here we are, grappling with this enigma he has left us.
Oh, if we can't get any leads, we might have to go back and find Nefer. Oh, the longer we're stuck here, the likelier he is to achieve his goal. Ugh, this is so frustrating! You mean this?
I'm not well versed in machinery, but that means his mechanical arm is malfunctioning, right? It might have been broken in combat.
No, that's not right. Paimon remembers this signal. We saw it before while repairing the cannon. It doesn't mean that the components are damaged. It just means that they're due for regular maintenance, so the device has stopped operating. But the real problem is that... Yeah, he even helped us find the maintenance port. It could still be a coincidence, but considering it hasn't been long at all since we were repairing that cannon...
The Sosi you met could have been Rerir in disguise. In other words, he played the Sergeant Major before disguising himself as me.
That's right! If only there was some way to prove it.
You mean Hintsa?
We had a short chat with him once at the tavern, but it's so late. Guess it'll have to wait till tomorrow.
I know where he lives. The situation is critical, so let us now take up the role of uninvited guests ourselves. Ah, yes. And one more thing. Remember to pick me up by the window.
Off we go! Adventure time!
Oh, it's you two. And Flint's. Given the hour, I guess it must be an emergency.
It is indeed. Our sincerest apologies for interrupting your rest. We are investigating a certain matter in connection with Sergeant Major Sosi. We'd like to know if he has sent you a request for maintenance to be performed on his mechanical arm.
Sosi. Oh, so the rumors I heard, are they true? You know what? Forget it. I'm sure it's complicated. No further questions from me. Just a moment. I need to check my records.
Thank you for your understanding.
Got it. 8 days ago, he came to request a round of regular maintenance. But as it happened, I had run out of the required components. His mechanical arm is especially sophisticated, having been designed by Aino personally. The parts, too, could only be made by her. As such, they usually take several days to arrive. In fact, this time, he even asked me if we could push his request forward. And I understood, completely. Not being able to use your hand, that's rough for anyone. But even more so if your job involves fighting out in the wild. So I did my best to convince Aino to rush the job. And eventually, the parts arrived. 3 days ago, if I remember correctly. I sent word to the Lightkeepers immediately, but he never showed up. I assumed he was just out on some mission or other. What's with those faces? Everything all right?
You've provided us with some very crucial information, Hintsa. You have our thanks. We can't make everything public yet, but once our investigation is complete, I will return to thank you and provide an explanation on behalf of all the Lightkeepers.
No worries. Just glad I could help.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. Hope the investigation goes well.
It seems that it is as we guessed. The Sergeant Major Sosi you encountered while repairing the cannon was actually Rerir in disguise. 8 days ago, he had yet to act. But at some point after that, he attacked and imprisoned the Sergeant Major. With the immense gap in strength between them, the job was finished in a single blow. And thus Rerir had no opportunity to discover the malfunctioning mechanical arm. Perhaps his mastery of shapeshifting extends only to outward form, and not therefore to complex internal mechanisms. Hence his oversight of the uniquely mechanical traits of the Sergeant Major's arm, and in turn, this flaw in his disguise.
You're saying he thought no one would realize his mechanical arm is actually made of some kind of black muck on the inside, so long as it worked, right? Still seems like there's a lot of guesswork involved here, but it mostly makes sense.
This also has me stumped for the moment. The cannon has always been used to destroy the Wild Hunt, and it works as intended. But how would that help Rerir exactly? Assuming he plans to collect the fragments within Wild Hunt anomalies, firing the cannon works against him, since it would blast those fragments to smithereens.
So we solved one mystery, only to dig up another. Whew. This is getting Paimon kind of down. And sleepy, too.
Yes, I'd say it is high time we took a break. Seems like there's a lot left to investigate. We'll have to fight Rerir eventually. And we'll do a poor job if we're not well rested.
Yeah, we should totally get some sleep first.
A reasonable suggestion. I have no doubt that my quarters have been turned inside out by now, at any rate. My colleagues have never failed to live up to my expectations of their discourtesy.
Well, guess we'll just have to pick you up as usual.
That would be good, yes. Feel free to put the room costs on my tab.
Phew, back inside. We can finally take a breather. Okay, Paimon. In and out.
I suppose we could all take a moment to unwind. As I recall, our first meeting took place not far from here. Ah, the nostalgia. Had you already sensed the unique power within my lantern at that time? I see. Words truly do fail to capture your superlative insight. Fortunate then that abyssal energy was only leaking from the fragment in minuscule amounts when we first met. Or I might have been in for a real interrogation.
Yeah, hard to say how that would have played out. We've had a whole bunch of unpleasant run-ins with the Abyss.
You mean to ask why I'm going this far to oppose him? Well, as a light keeper, I'd say I'm simply doing my job.
Yeah! You're covered in more mysteries than Paimon could shake a skewer at. You can't just get out of explaining yourself by making lame excuses.
All right. I suppose I do owe you some honesty, whether out of gratitude or the need to build trust. Your deductions have been quite correct. Should one wish to conceal oneself within a lantern, elemental power alone is not enough. You know humans well, and naturally you understand their limits. But some things that humans would consider difficult are quite normal in the eyes of non-humans.
So, you mean you're one of the latter?
Have you heard of how Snezhnaya was once the realm of the Fae? This race is no longer of any importance, but they still exist, as evidenced by the fact that I am standing before you.
We've heard some scattered legends, but that's all Paimon thought there was to it.
I once turned my heart toward humanity, and thus did I experience loss. I once labored and did much, and put an end to my tale with my own hands. When you realize you are floating in the middle of a vast ocean, you cannot help but feel that swimming in any direction would be equally meaningless. Would it not be better, then, to simply sink? But before I could sink to truly lightless depths, chance had it that I should be awakened by a band of Ratniki. They were facing a horde of abyssal monsters, and could not last against such a disparity in strength. Yet none fled. Those who dwell in darkness for long enough become exceedingly sensitive to all light. And the first light I saw upon awakening was that which shone from their eyes.
Is that why you chose to help them?
Perhaps I was moved by their valor. Perhaps I simply saw my past self in them, and was moved to action for the first time in a long, long while. But I was freshly awoken, and my powers were limited. I could not prevent casualties altogether. The survivors and I buried the fallen heroes. That was the origin of the final night cemetery. Well, not exactly. I was just more familiar with them. So joining up seemed the most convenient way to experience human life.
Doesn't sound too believable.
Well, I believe it. Besides, I'm well past the age when one might believe in things that must be done. Nonetheless, there are still some things I will not allow to happen. The chaos that Rerir has been stirring up is one of them. Tomorrow I shall go and check our records to see if I can find any connection between the Wild Hunt, Rerir, and the Canon.
Will you need us to get you where you need to be?
Oh, I'll be fine. I keep a backup copy at my residence in case of emergencies.
Can you even go back there right now? Won't there be Red Nikki watching it?
Thanks for the reminder. I believe they'll have checked my place, but they won't have stayed. All things are ranked according to their priority, and we lack the manpower for such an open-ended stakeout. And even if someone is waiting, I have ways around that. I am the master of my own house, after all.
All right then, we'll trust you. We sure ended up chatting for a while, huh? I'm super tired now. But, you know, feels like we can breathe easier now that we know you better.
I didn't take you for the cautious sort. Anyway, I hope you'll help me keep this a secret. I'd prefer others not to know about my past unless strictly necessary. Nor do I want to attract more trouble on account of being a fae.
Paimon's lips are sealed too.
All right. Thanks again for your help. Good night, you two.
Finally, we can rest. Let's go get some sleep. There's tons to do tomorrow.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
It's getting late. The situation is urgent, but rest is vital. Good night, both of you.
Back in my day, we'd...
So much noise. What's going on this time?
Hey! Where's Flint's? Is he here, or isn't he?
We would be most obliged if you would pipe down a little, dear guest. Our other guests are resting.
Resting? We're all about to be done for, and you're talking about rest? Flint's is a wild hunt shapeshifter, here to deceive us all! If we don't get rid of him now, there'll be no end to this!
You'd better give him up. If anything happens, your business here is done for. You want that, huh?
Or are you in cahoots with him? You with the wild hunt too, huh?
What happened? Did something leak out? But we were so careful last night. How did anyone see us? What do you mean? This is so confusing! What do we do? These people are no match for Flint's, but they're super heated right now. It's not like all the unusual stuff about him will make it any easier to explain either. Okay!
Hey! Let us in now!
My apologies. My apologies.
Hold on! Calm down, everyone!
What in Tevat is the meaning of this racket? Are you intent on depriving both the Voynich Guild and the Curatorium of Secrets of even a moment's rest? Boss, do we really have to entertain people who don't respect the rules? Call a few of your boys and have them thrown out.
And what hole did you crawl out of?
A watering hole, of course. The one you've just disturbed. A place to get a moment's respite from all the recent unhappiness, and to escape from all this talk of the wild hunt, or strange ghosts and phantoms. Who'd have guessed people like you would come bursting in, shrieking louder than any ghoul?
This is a matter of utmost importance. We've got solid evidence. All we need now is to confront Flint's face to face. Exactly. And you sure don't look like an impartial party either, Nefer.
Oh, don't I now? How about this then, boss? Let them do their search. If they find their man, they can have their little chat. But if they don't, then they owe everyone here an apology, as well as compensation for all the racket they've caused.
Wait, it's... Oh?
All right. I suppose that's the only way. If we don't let them in now, they'll be back sooner or later. What a mess.
Oh, alright then.
Well, I'd say that sounds like an impartial proposal. What say you? Or are you suddenly unsure of yourselves?
Come on, everyone! Move it!
No sign of Flint.
But how can that be? Hasn't he always stayed here?
Done searching, are we? Guess it's time to uphold your end of the bargain, huh? So, Paimon, you've been waiting to ask me something, haven't you?
Yeah, how did they even find us here?
My inside man with the Lightkeepers informed me that you paid the crime scene a late-night visit. I surmise that you must have rendezvoused with Flint's and obtained some new information. Then, early this morning, a group of people gathered at the town gates, news spreading amongst them that the Wild Hunt could disguise itself by taking on familiar faces. Everyone started throwing out the names of possible suspects. No one, seemingly, was exempt. And amidst it all, Flint's name started gaining more and more traction. I'm sure his solitary lifestyle may have played a part, but I wouldn't discount Rerir throwing fuel on the fire in secret.
So, did Flint make his escape after hearing about this?
And that's where I, Yehoda, the quick-witted, fleet-footed backbone of the Curatorium, got my chance to shine. While everyone was super focused on the argument in the main hall, I alone noticed an opening.
I got her to climb up to a window to help Flint's out, only for her to return with nothing but a lantern.
Aw, come on, pause. I was just getting started.
We initially intended to bring Flint's back to the Curatorium and wait those people out, but I never expected this to be all that was left. I imagine, though, that he wouldn't have left something that was so seemingly important to him behind.
Might he intend to come back and get it later? Maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, he's out of harm's way now, so that's not super important, right?
Oh?
What Paimon means to say is, we got lots of new intel to share.
All right then. Yehoda, contact the others. We're going to need all hands on deck. Let's have this discussion over at my place. I see. So Flint's has a fragment taken from within a wild hunt anomaly.
Is he gonna be okay now that he's on his own again?
Earlier, he said that the fragment had gone still, so it's probably of no use to Rare now.
In that case, Rerir shouldn't have any reason to keep pursuing him, right? So, was all that ruckus back at the flagship just an act of spite? Or what?
If I were him, I would have simply turned my attention to collecting other fragments.
A reasonable course of action. Remember what we heard back at the tavern? The actual number of Wild Hunt anomalies destroyed has been greater than Lightkeeper records would indicate. Some of these must have been Rerir's doing. He must have been seeking more fragments.
This much is pretty easy to understand, but why would he pretend to be Soci and put so much effort into getting the cannon up and running again?
Maybe 'cause that'd be more efficient than having to clear anomalies himself?
Yeah, I'm confident that the ammo we're packing has the oomph to do that. But I am a mechanic after all. For me, test data and their conclusions speak loudest. Oh, why don't we find a few of those fragments ourselves and use Kuvaki to carry out a little experiment?
Our lab could certainly accommodate such a test.
In other words, we gotta destroy a couple of anomalies and collect fragments from them, right?
Lightkeeper operations have just about ceased following the Sergeant Major's passing. Meanwhile, the Wild Hunt continues to grow in scale by the day. I fear only we can keep the situation under control now.
Then we best act fast. Paimon's got a bad feeling about this.
A feeling we all share, I'm afraid.
There are 3 Wild Hunt sites that must be dealt with urgently. But I believe we have the capacity to handle it.
Works for me. Ineffa and I will take our workshop assistants to deal with one of the sites.
The Curatorium will handle another.
And we Frostmoon Scions shall deal with the remaining one.
Paimon didn't think she'd ever get to see everyone here carrying out a plan together like this.
Never mind you. This is a first for me, too.
Let's head out then. We'll meet back up at my lab with the fragments.
Understood.
Time is of the essence now. Our foe could make his next move at any moment, so we must stay in contact with one another.
Gotcha! Stay safe, everyone.
Huh. Anyone seen the lantern? Has Flint's dropped by already?
Well, considering what you said earlier, you know where we're going next, right?
Useless. Boring. Disappear. Cheer. Cheer. Worthless.
Tidal wave.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand!
Come on, we can do it.
Who's next? Not bad. Not bad at all. No time to lose.
No one's guarding this place, just like he said. But, where do we find the information he mentioned?
This way. Let's move. We're running out of time.
Ah! There you are! Okay, let's split up and make this happen. Or not! How are we supposed to read through this many files?
Difficult, yes, but it is also our most efficient option. To expose the true intentions of this Rereer, we need to dive into Notcry's history.
Hope we don't land on our heads then. Ah! Ghost! That file suddenly moved by itself. This is a graveyard, right, Flint's? Do these things just gotta happen?
Many strange things happen here, but this is not one of them.
But that file really did move by itself! Hey, come out! Don't scare Paimon like that!
Wild Hunt Phenomenologue?
Hey! Another file's moving!
Are we being given hints? I feel no hostility. On the contrary, it seems we're being aided somehow.
Really? Hey! Seriously, another one? Okay then. Paimon will read this one. finished. Oh, Paimon sure could use a long break from long words now. Hope she can remember it all.
The material I've read through has all been about past Wild Hunt incidents of enormous scale. What about you?
Paimon as well. Guess that makes 3 of us.
Whatever this is, it seems to want us to notice something. Let's bring our files together and give them another look through.
All right. Paimon will go fetch hers. All these incidents look pretty different.
Wait. I've noticed something. Before the occurrence of these huge Wild Hunt events, a smaller scale one would erupt in the exact same location. And look, all these smaller scale Wild Hunt site reports share a common outcome.
They'd be detected, but would go inactive before any forces could be sent to deal with them. They could then be sealed directly using a tide seal stone. But why?
Some of these records are too old. I doubt he had regained the ability to act freely yet, or we would have met long ago.
And here's another similarity. Kuvaki in nearby soil completely drained. Could this be important somehow?
Kuvaki and the Wild Hunt are mutually opposed forces. We Lightkeepers previously believed that these small Wild Hunt sites would temporarily go inactive due to being neutralized by the Kuvaki present in the soil. But now that we've synthesized all this data, there is a key issue this hypothesis cannot explain. Indeed. Despite the name, I would not call a tide seal stone's sealing powers watertight exactly. But for it to fail and the situation to deteriorate in such short order.
Paimon feels like she's almost got it.
Yes, that might be it. It could be that when Kuvaki and abyssal energies meet, the stronger side will suppress the weaker one. And while Kuvaki can indeed destroy small-scale Wild Hunt anomalies, should Rerir be strong enough, the Kuvaki might be his for the taking instead.
Paimon kinda gets where we're going with this.
What are you referring to?
We had a real close encounter with the Abyss in Netland. It's a force that tries to taint everything. It's hard to explain in detail, but basically, your reasoning makes sense.
Was there a gap between him pretending to be Sergeant Major Sosi and the cannon being fired?
There was. Aino needed to make some adjustments after we finished those repairs. Rerir, disguised as Sosi, left at that point, leaving him more than enough time to shapeshift into you, return to the Lightkeeper's office and set up the crime scene, before heading over to the cannon's target area and absorbing the Kuvaki.
It all makes sense. And all that just for the fragment I had with me. It begs the question, what makes it so special that he needs it so badly? That's odd. We shouldn't have any guests. I'll go take a look. Ah, it's an ibis.
It's carrying a letter! Oh, Lala must have sent it. She can speak to little animals. Huh, let's see here.
Situation urgent. The cannon began operating shortly after we left Nasha Town and is preparing to fire. It is locked on to Star Sand Shoal. Please return to Nasha Town and assist with all haste. Lauma.
That's gotta be Rare's doing. But why is he using the cannon again? Didn't he already fire it once before?
No time for speculation. He's already made his preparations. If you recall, his body was incomplete when we last met. If this bombardment continues to increase his strength, he might regain his complete form.
What should we do? There's no way we're getting back to Nasha Town in time.
Let's go to the cannon's target site. That's where we should find Rarir, and that's where we'll stop him. One moment. Just let me get this news to Lauma. Nasha Town is in their hands now.
Go! Fly! Not a moment to lose!
You're here, as expected.
Humans, you never change. Always trying to use powers you neither comprehend nor control. But it is also thanks to you that I found a way to return.
You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's not gonna go your way.
Such faith in your companions. But will the inhabitants of Nasha Town understand why they wish to stop the cannon? I think not. When all they see is the wild hunt surging up everywhere they look, the cannon must seem like their only lifeline. This is the truth I have revealed to them. They did this all of their own volition. The zealous worship of power leads only to annihilation of equally zealous proportions. True power does not heed the commands of the weak.
You were waiting for us to leave Nasha Town then.
Of course. I imagine the one you call Aina would have managed to stop the cannon otherwise. Shame, then, that you proved one step too slow. In their folly, the townspeople will bar the path of all who seek to stop the cannon. And your kind-hearted, weak companions have not the stomach to deal with them. The cannon will not be stopped now.
Well, sir, you look most pleased with yourself. In that case, before you put us out of our misery, I would like to ask you a question, if I may. See this fragment? It once haunted your dreams, but now it seems useless to you. What is it exactly?
That is my corpse.
Sorry, what?
My body was once torn into countless pieces and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. But even so, my life and will were not extinguished. Every last fragment calls to me. Sooner or later, they shall welcome my return.
What are you even saying?
Huh. So the terror of the Wild Hunt was in fact caused by scattered pieces of your corpse. I guess they don't call you one of the 5 sinners for nothing.
Serendipity guided the fragments to construct an incomplete version of myself, upon which I began collecting more within Wild Hunt sites across the land. But each time, the fragments I obtained were hardly worth mentioning, while that which you hold in your hand was my heart.
So that's why it responded so strongly to you.
Only by retrieving this most critical piece could I gain mastery over the turbulent Kuvaki energies and be fully reborn.
Hence, you fired that first shot, hoping to regain enough power to seize the fragment from me.
Are you completely crazy? Weren't you afraid of dying?
Dying? Such power has no hope of killing me. It may destroy my form over and over, yet always I rebuild it. It may smash my flesh and crush my bones thousands of times and more, but that is of no consequence to me. What truly infuriates me, however, is how you've destroyed my heart. All that suffering, everything I endured, and all for nothing. I've adapted to the strength and flow of this Kuvaki. The next cannon shot will multiply my strength immeasurably. It will not be a full restoration, no. But it will be more than enough to destroy any in this world who stand in my way. Still, I suspect the Kuvaki will have rendered you down to nutrients for my consumption well before you have the time to kneel before me.
Traveler! Behind you! Look at that light!
Dang it! Who fired up the cannon without my say-so?
Its defensive barrier has also been activated, likely in anticipation of interference by malicious actors.
The air is thick with fear and anxiety. It's spooking the birds and beasts. What exactly is going on?
You're here. Looks like this was all part of Rerir's plan. Not only did he plant seeds of suspicion in people's hearts, seems he's now igniting them. Yehoda's gone in to scout out the situation. She'll be back any minute.
I'm back! I'm back! Oh, it's bad out there. Rumors flying everywhere you turn. Something about the Wild Hunt preparing to spawn a wave of monsters, the likes of which we've never seen before. But that's not even the worst of it. Lots of folks don't even believe the cannon can prevent this crisis, so they're getting ready to make a run for it. Others are trying to make a quick buck out of this whole mess.
How could they still be thinking about Mora when such a catastrophe is imminent?
Unprecedented danger brings unprecedented opportunities in its wake. A chaotic situation can bury much wrongdoing. Even those who flee without reserve put themselves at the mercy of the divine. Is it any wonder, then, that some will aim to profit? After all, a gamble that might rewrite one's entire life is hard to come by.
Even so.
Well, seeing as you disapprove of their actions so strongly, Lady Moonchanter, I suggest that you be the one to handle them. Not like that's the only major problem on our plate right now.
Affirmative. We must quell the chaos in Nasha Town as soon as possible. Also, the unexpected activation of the cannon entails a high risk of incorrect operation. This must be stopped in a timely manner.
Well, about that, people have been talking about how someone might come to stop the cannon. They've decided they won't let anyone in. What? I made that thing!
They can't just take it from me. Let me over there. What are they gonna do? Stop me?
They might, if Rerir has already formulated some countermeasure. For example, he might have spread a rumor that the Wild Hunt would take your form.
Possibility, high. If they view the cannon as Nasha Town's only hope, they are likely to conclude that anyone who tries to stop it must be with the Wild Hunt. We will face strong resistance, but they are just ordinary people. Brute force must be avoided, if possible.
There's no time. Let's go into the town. I'll find some way to calm the townspeople. You find a way to stop the cannon. Oh, you're back. And you have a letter? The Traveler won't make it back in time. So they're heading straight over to Star Sand Shoal instead.
Wait, what? Isn't that the cannon's target? Why would he go there?
Assessing risk level. Maximum.
So if we can't prevent the cannon from being fired...
Then he's prepared for the worst.
And we must ensure that his trust in us is not misplaced. Let's go.
Someone help me!
Run! Run!
Most of those we've met so far have been attempting to escape, so they haven't gotten in our way. But it won't be so easy from here on out. Looks like they formed groups to protect the cannon. If they believe that we're with the Wild Hunt, we'll have no choice but to force our way through.
Is that Lady Lauma? But are you really her?
It's you, Rixa. I believe you recognize this power, having lived on Hisi Island for so long. It is not something that anyone else could imitate.
I do, yes. So it really is you, my lady. But why are you here? Really, I believe you, but the others, well, they'll be on high alert.
The townspeople have been misled into believing that they needed to activate the cannon. I am here to stop them.
But...
I know what you wish to say. Our island and Nasha Town have never had close ties. There should be no reason for me to intervene. But you chose to leave the island. You had the resolve and the courage to start a new life. It is unfair, unjust, that you should be dragged into this mess just as that life was about to begin. I seek to redress this injustice, not only for you, but for everyone here who wishes to live their lives free from this chaos. Please, have faith in our long-standing friendship, and that this is where my heart has led me.
Thank you, my lady. Thank you. Please help us.
Then come. I need you to step forward alongside me, and to do your part too.
All right. I understand.
Seems we chose the right person for the job. All right, everyone. Let us meet again later.
Huh? You're not coming with us?
We won't be able to calm this storm by our power alone. As such, I'll need to contact some... let's call them friends in high places, shall we? Let's go, Yehoda.
Okay. See you again, everyone! That is, if we can.
Remember these words. The road shall be paved with truth, and we shall pave it ourselves.
It's you, Lady Moonchanter. It's her. Everyone, it's her.
You're right, my lady. At times like these, we must rely on ourselves. I always knew something was off about you. We won't let you pass. Some abyssal creature, aren't you?
Leave this to us, Time to teach you a lesson you won't Go. forget.
Lady Moonchanter, there's a child here!
It's all right now. Go, quickly.
You wretched monsters! You're not getting anywhere near the cannon!
The monsters you fear do not exist here. The madness you have fallen to has been the source of untold disasters.
You think we had a choice?
Destiny is no excuse for greed and destruction. The choice has always been yours to make, and it remains so, even now.
Thank you for bringing us here. We can quickly overcome the barrier by going upward from over there.
The cannon is all yours now.
Got it. Thanks, Lauma. Inefa, give her a crunkake.
Orders received and immediately deferred. Departure takes priority.
Please, everyone, listen to me. I will not deny that we hold different beliefs, but in the face of the immense threat that hangs above us all, we must persist in trusting one another. Otherwise, rifts will surely form, prized open by those who harbor ulterior motives. If your fear is born of helplessness, if you flee because you know not how to fight, then follow me, you who are lost. I am no god, but so long as we hold our candles steady and unite beneath the same moonlight, no deception or rumors can be concealed from us. Let us resolve then to defend ourselves and to stand firm against the false illusions by which our foe seeks to beguile us.
Let's go, Anafa. This way up. This is making me dizzier than I expected.
Adjusting route. Make ready.
Let's go, Anafa. This way up. This is making me dizzier than I expected.
Adjusting route. Make ready.
Out of the way, small fry. What happened to the path?
Track missing. Fall imminent.
Come on! Get out of there! Whoa, nice!
Preparing barrier breakthrough. Brace for impact.
Knuckle, what are you doing here?
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up. Insulation chamber deployed. Interference detected. Entering countermeasure mode. Annihilation mode.
This isn't good enough, we gotta hurry!
Scanning. Kuvaki ammunition fully loaded. Preheating complete. The cannon is going through its final pre-fire checks.
Alright, let's hit the emergency brake.
Assessment. Not enough time. Emergency brake will cause internal explosion of stored Kuvaki. Damage assessment. Incalculable. Nasha Town likely to be blasted skyward.
No! I mean a manual brake, the primitive kind.
A manual brake. Understood. Roger that. We are out of time.
All your efforts have been futile. It is too late now.
Perhaps you're right. Why aren't you running?
Sigi sato passa sax, intimi potus in necritus necrus baptusi, que isondes tu zonos pentusi. Os esticos palatini pirantur resurrecum, topir tua ition veratum.
Well, that's not good.
Sluggish, torpid. This body is a disappointment. I can barely muster 10% of my original strength. You've ruined everything again.
Let me guess. You didn't get a human body back, did you?
What's with him?
Verfnir, Rheindaughter, Flinders.
Watch out! Whatever rationality he still had when he was searching for his body is gone. All that's left is the calamity you see before you. A monster fueled by nothing but his own obsession.
Matters not. Having a heart, being human, it's all irrelevant. Completely and utterly insignificant. You matter not. Does anything in this world? None of it matters to me! time to die! You too have the potential to be driven mad by knowledge. But the truths you seek are so insipid. How laughable that you should die for their sake.
You're wrong. The unknown is but a fog to be dispersed. Knowledge is the true pillar of the world. You're not the only one who got stronger. Polonia! We're safe?
It seems this young lady aided in our escape. You have my sincere gratitude, dear madam. The flowers here bloom in such peaceful silence. I imagine you would not have invited anyone here were it not an emergency. Oh? I take it that means you've been here before then. In that case, I count myself fortunate to be your associate.
Columbina! What did you do that for? I studied his abilities inside out, equipped Polonia with comprehensive countermeasures. We were going to settle the score!
But he still broke through, did he not?
What? You expect a battle to be completely one-sided? I just didn't expect him to have no sense of honor whatsoever. Polonia would have been fine in a head-on clash, but battles just get chaotic.
Oh, so you actually thought you could win. Have you been taking care of yourself lately? Your calculations seem to have deviated quite seriously. Perhaps you could try sleeping and rising earlier. Or you could adopt my previous recommendation and...
Hey, listen here, Columbina. I tolerated your nonsense previously because we were colleagues.
There's a Fatui warrant out on your head. And don't you forget that. Don't make me fight you right here and now.
Oh, I was just a little concerned about you, that's all. Just like that time when you weren't making any progress with your research. So you went and cooped yourself up all alone.
That was none of your business! And don't you ever drag me out to one of your freaky hovels again! Come on, Polonia! We're leaving!
Well, anyway, thank you. I was worried about you, too. Not only because the remains of the Eternal Moon Goddess cannot fall into his hands, but also because you've done much for me yourselves. And then well, I brought your associate along for the ride, too. But that was as much as I could do.
You're not afraid to speak your mind, miss. I like that. Please call me Flint's. It is my honor to make the acquaintance of one such as yourself.
Still, what do we do now? Riri's gotten stronger again. At this point, it doesn't seem like we can beat him.
We did block most of the Kuvaki, so I'd say we've put a lid on his plans for now at least. But we still don't know what his aims are, and he may continue gathering power. So we must be very careful.
After you left, I could no longer sense his presence. That means it's safe out there for now, right?
A question, if I may, kind Miss Columbina. When the cannon's Kuvaki beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak toward Hisi Island, only to be blocked. Did you also have a hand in that?
No.
I see. Curious.
Oh yeah! The cannon veered off course in the end, didn't it? Paimon wonders how Aino and the others are doing. Let's head back and check on them.
In that case, Miss Columbina, I shall not disturb your serenity any longer. Thank you once again for coming to the rescue.
Go now, all of you. Do not worry. My strength still isn't returning. It seems my time is running out.
Those memories, so dark.
This land holds nothing but promise. I better get me some alpacas.
Fortunately, we were able to minimize the harm. Only a few townspeople were hurt. But the Reikir of Solnari has now gained a complete form, while we still know nothing about his goals.
It seems we have done something akin to releasing a vicious Kukusaur into the wild. I'm sorry. Is no one here familiar with Kukusaurs?
Paimon knows what you mean, but that analogy seems more than slightly understated.
He said that this world means nothing to him, so it is possible that he doesn't have a reason to fight us at the moment. If his objective had been revenge alone, we would likely have no recourse.
Is there, still time for me to tender my resignation? Just kidding, just kidding. Don't worry, boss. I know there's no running now.
So my canon, my pride and joy was a hindrance rather than a help. You know what? I'm gonna dismantle it right now. That's right! And it still works on normal wild hunt anomalies. Don't let this get you down, I know.
Flint's, we'll need you to attend to the aftermath with the Lightkeepers. Don't worry, I've explained everything to them. You're in the clear.
My thanks. For that and for everything else I hear you did to help us arrive at the truth.
Had you been willing to show yourself in public more often, you would not have been so easy to isolate, you know.
Point taken. I will give that some thought. I suppose that's one way I'd benefit from replacing Sergeant Major Sosi.
You mean you're being promoted? Was Paimon the only one who didn't get that?
Well, if you've got a moment, would you like to come with me? There's a certain gentleman I'd like to send off on his final journey. This man was like a lighthouse. Here he lived as if it were a mere matter of course, and brought light and grace to those around him. But people, once used to illumination, are apt to ignore the lantern's presence. Slowly, gradually, he came to think as such himself. I have achieved too little. I must do better. There is more work to be done. Perhaps his end was tragic. But I remain proud of the way in which he illuminated the path for others. Every shadow born of the light shall remember it.
Oh, poor guy.
I've heard that one too. Is that so? Well, you're right. It may seem that our efforts were in vain, that Rerir achieved his goals, but we will pursue him to the last, even if the outcome is not what we wish for. It is not dissimilar to the role of a graveyard keeper. We do not seek to bring the dead back to life, only to grant them peace.
What are you two talking about? Care to explain? Okay.
Either way, the Lantern Fae is not playing the leading role in these final rites. Lightbearer, with your blood you have paved the road to glory and justice. Even as we hurry on, bruised and battered though we may be, stay a while and look back upon the world and all its love and hatred, until it closes its eyes in the depths of night, and a lantern lit for you alone flickers softly into life. Thank you for everything, Sergeant Major Sosi.
Reduced to just standing around. How absurd. Those memories. So dark.
after her? Or do you have someone else you'd like to meet? Columbina! What are you doing here?
Was it not you who recommended such walkabouts to me?
Yeah, but aren't you afraid the Fatui will see you?
Zandrone seems uninterested in my capture, and the others are unlikely to risk making contact at all. They have more troublesome affairs to deal with.
Well, it's good to come out for a walk either way. So, how do you feel? Is Nasha Town to your liking?
The flow of Kuvaki is somewhat turbulent, and the people are ill at ease. However... Is this where you purchased the dishes you treated me to?
Are you serious? That's what she's concerned about? Berries and fried meat? Well, we can take you to grab a bite if you'd like to. There's all sorts of delicious stuff out here that you won't get to try at home.
You've been quite subdued. Thorny questions on your mind, perhaps? I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Zandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Zandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future. Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often orders people around. As for Arlecchino... Was that... Well then, and what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care. I could look into the... But after our previous... Perhaps someone has... And I doubt. I... still wish to return to the moon that belongs to me. That is where the answers lie buried. That is my true home.
Interesting. You followed me this far. Why not show your face?
Haha! Right, right. Right you are. I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
All right, now we're talking.
It's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. Where could he have slunk off to? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him.
Hello, you must be the traveler in Paimon? Mr. Flynn has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan.
The Wild Hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get over there, right away! Come on, let's go!
You can run, but you can't hide. No time to lose.
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger? What's his endgame here?
Ah, everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So, what's going on?
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rarir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence. That is, until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rarir did this.
Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rarir just after regaining his body? There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere in Notcry, waiting for his chance to strike? Oh, even chillier.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding?
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows. Unless something went wrong. His whole resurrection thing didn't exactly go smoothly.
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Beats me.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero interest in talking to us.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rahir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in Kuvaki. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance against him.
A perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both, we'll need to split up.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on Hisi Island.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here.
And if we do run into Rarir, what then?
That's when you follow the 3rd rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
Didn't you say the 3rd rule was go with the flow?
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rarir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to put safety first.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Ineffa, let's go.
we go! Adventure time! Off we go! Adventure time!
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flints?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that, or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where or what is his next target?
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rarir! If you've got the guts, come face me one-on-one! Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it! I swear!
No, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick! Why is he attacking the damsel elect? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehoda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now, you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon, I will find a way.
Watch out!
Find them. Even if it means turning this place to ashes.
That was too close.
We barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anetha showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about?
We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the Moon Goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I am a target.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter-strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can sneak out of Nodcry undetected... No, I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't suggest we all just chicken out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised, but what other choice do we have? We are facing an enemy we cannot possibly defeat in battle.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she'd pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are friends, and friends look out for one another.
River's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform miracles for them, as if that were their entitlement. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything, and that sometimes it takes losing something precious to appreciate its true worth. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation, but as part of our family. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that guided you home.
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now. Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the Moon Goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. Like a lake, cut off from its source, slowly shrinking away. Now, it has almost run dry.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
The three moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength. The three moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal moon's marrow. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
It's the Wild Hunt!
Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those Wild Hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Engraved by the Frost Moon of old.
Steady. Close your eyes. Be silent.
Ultimatum protocol.
Oh, they just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rerir's closing in on us. You need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Kutar's help to escape! If this goes on much longer...
hostile. Cleanup sequence initiated.
The long sleep beckons.
For the everlasting forest. Leave this place.
Observe.
Ultimatum protocol.
Kingdom water bomb!
Beware. What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Who are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir?
Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move! There's no time to waste.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network. AKA the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation. As an expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming. You look way younger than Paimon expected. But you definitely have that Grand Master vibe.
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsvartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him. I tried tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative. So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest, you already know.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why is the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
That's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this wild hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. Ooh, that's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt, and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta have a weak spot somewhere. That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcryan Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Oh. No. Still doesn't ring a bell.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari, Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
So, what do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his power still growing.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
How so?
Have you thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The Eternal Moon was the largest. The Frost Moon was the brightest. And the Iridescent Moon was the most mysterious. They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power. Enough to shape the workings of the world itself. I now bear the Frost Moon's power, and the Eternal Moon's marrow resides within the Traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting?
The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, the solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the iridescent moon's marrow?
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
It's a long way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rarir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari. The Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nodcry has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
Ah! She hurt me!
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details, details. Miss Neffer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rarir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nodcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Neffer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say, you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. so I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair?
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful.
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. I'd be gone for good, boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please? I'm begging you!
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They are the hardest debts to repay. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flynn's, that fragment that Rerir was after, do you still have it on you?
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, so we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move, so someone will have to stall him. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Nefa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nogcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you down.
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then, we'll split into 3 teams. Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
Lady Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what we have to.
Huh. You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Zandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But...
Are you going to make me repeat that?
No, my lady.
Zandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, Just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Columbina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Huh? You mean the knave?
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... What is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon. Is that a no, then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment. Oh, yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around, too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again. Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Favronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea, will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me, who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction. I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people, but I see the same greed in their eyes.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real.
Guess that's our cue to leave.
That might be your plan, but it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer.
Huh? What do you mean?
See for yourselves.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area! I'll handle this.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself?
Huh, you'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about me? Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is rigged for war. Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in the weapon system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the 2nd floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But thank you anyway, Sandrone.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you. Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey! Over here, you big...
Cursed moon. Go. Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're used to with the Frostmoon Scions.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kinda nice. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin?
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rarir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Eh? Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person. Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Quit grabbing me. I genuinely can't run any further.
Hey, aren't you?
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big and not try, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And she also did me a big favor in the past. It was back when I first arrived in Notcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki and fainted. And when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefer. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangamabe is nothing if not generous. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble? I've got everything you could possibly need, and the more you buy, the more you'll save.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor dredged up from the bottom of the sea? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything like that in stock right now. I'll have to ask my supplier.
Your supplier?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be, though.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a silver platter?
Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, no! This is for my personal use only!
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. A win-win situation, don't you think?
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
What a way to start the day. Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now. Don't trip up on your way back, friend.
See you later! You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened, and don't make a sound. Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more ordinary house than I might have expected. Looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from surprisingly humble beginnings. Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlikely. It was said to be a very prosperous nation in its heyday. Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
Hi, River. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu. I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime. P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like them.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close. Sounds like they were living together.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindis was tied up with something and couldn't make it. Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
Felindis. That's the same name Rerir mentioned.
Crane imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Seriously, why would you even eat something like that? I don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't get much sunlight? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many options when it comes to dining.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. I wonder what it is. He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his tracks. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Did Rary rip it out himself?
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool. The burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled. It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away. That it could still beat to the rhythm of love.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why would he go to the trouble of hiding that? The burial place of a fallen moon.
Reverie, over here.
Dane! Oh, and, Vedelfin here? What a surprise to see you here, sir.
Hello there, Reverie. You need not address me so formally outside of court. He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well, I'm flattered.
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I have no idea how she'll take it.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know?
Of course he does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Ved? It's nothing.
Vedafilnir, Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary, and said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary man. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another of the Vinster King's blades? Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with what we were talking about?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rare looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedifnir showed up today, too. You know, Daneslif's older brother.
Ah, Mr. Vedifnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Daneslif mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? You could be such a child sometimes, Revier. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Revier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not? You've even proposed to me.
So, you do remember. Tell me then. What's your answer?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we've still got to plan ahead.
All right. Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. In the eyes of people like Vedifnir and Daneslif, what do we matter? Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whatever I do, it won't make much difference. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research, and the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline grows ever more intense. The opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach, and he never will. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Felindis? It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a grudge against us either. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come.
See? You just need to stay positive, Revier. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there, right by my side. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smile, my love. Let go of that frown.
You're right, Felindis. I've just been overthinking things.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball tonight? I need to go get ready.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny.
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Vinster King's Guard. He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancée to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly surprising. People in the intelligence trade rarely do. Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Our last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rehir of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon, and 67 accomplices.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation on the path to prosperity. Conria has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the past.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance, and that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are steeped in blood?
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did. Orphans like us don't get a say.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Rehir of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding.
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after yourself, too. Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you shouldn't know. Things you cannot know. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect Thelindis.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction. Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. So that's what they were really like. I've investigated this whole area now. There doesn't seem to be any other memories here. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black smoke?
So, he's late after all. Just you wait, Rerir. You're in for it. Big time.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh, Sure. Pick me out a pretty bunch if you would.
Thank you. But I'm afraid none of them are as pretty as you.
For someone so young, you sure have a way with words, don't you?
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying. May we have a word in private?
Who are you? And what do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out. Not long ago, the Ray here of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties, and many who came to our aid lost their lives as well.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this. And I don't want to get involved.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. His name is Rarier, and he claims to be one of the King's guards.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Simple. It's because...
How strange. Rarier was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to the Lindis. Rarier couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it a day.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside Rarier's fragment to spy directly on his memories?
Any more questions, and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was amazing! We're not worthy. We're not worthy! I gotta admit, though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched the surface.
I'm just as curious as you are. But the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one. Let's hope it's all going smoothly.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to head back and meet up with the others.
we go! Adventure time! Adventure time!
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not. Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me. Off we go! Off we go! Off we go! Benny's adventure team, assemble! Or not. Ow! Where did that come from? Let's go find some treasure. Benny's adventure team, assemble! Adventure time! Off we go! No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go! Benny's adventure team, assemble! Oh. Or not. Let's go find some treasure. Oh, ow! Where did that come from? Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me. Let's go find some treasure. Benny's Adventure Team, assemble! Or not. Oh, ow! Where did that come from? Benny's Adventure Team, assemble! Or not. Good things come to those who don't wait around. That's what they say anyway. Knowing my luck, the opposite is probably true for me. Benny's Adventure Team, assemble! Or not. Adventure time! It always rains when I go on an adventure. Let's go find some treasure. Benny's Adventure Team, assemble!
Let's dance. the show begin.
Boring! How? I had only just... Evil conquering! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here!
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Useless!
Let's light it up!
Boring! The day has finally come!
Going in! Huh? Off we go! Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
No time to lose.
Huh? Let's light it up! Why do they never miss?
I'm quite impressed.
Huh? Everybody stand back! Yeah! Let's light it up! I'm going in! Huh? Yeah! Even better than I imagined. always rains when I go on an adventure. Off we go! Adventure time! Useless. Teamwork is dreamwork!
Let's dance.
Disappear! Worthless! Here! Worthless!
We go.
I'll protect us.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Useless! Lament! Worthless! Here!
Ready, steady, go! Let's dance.
Going in!
Riptide! Disappear!
Let's light it up!
You're mine! Death loop!
Let the show begin.
Worthless! Useless!
Everybody stand back!
Shouldn't let your guard down. Useless.
There's quality here.
Here! Worthless! Get out of my way! That's it? Here! This place is pretty dead. By which I mean, there's nothing to kill. Not bad. Not bad at all. No time to lose. Now I just need to get my hands on the rest. Yeah. Yeah. Here! Worthless! Useless evil conquering!
I'll protect us. Come on, we can do it.
Tidal wave!
I'm going in!
Drat!
Disappear! Worthless! Useless! Let's light it up!
Let's dance.
Boring!
No time to lose.
adventure time. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Why would anyone want... Forget it. It's not my concern.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now. These things just won't quit. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rare. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're right. All right, time to zip it. Quick, hide! We almost got spotted! Oh, they've been prowling around. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but oh, that's never. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rare. Oh, guess. Quick, hide! We almost got spotted. Phew, that was a close call. Watch out! They're coming
fire.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell? Oh no! There's a fire!
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino! You came!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're finished. He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this. Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, we'll leave this place to you. You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
Ready, steady, go!
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint's and the others? And what about Nefer?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy us some time. As for Miss Nefer...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a Tea Party buddy.
You are well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the Moon Goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here?
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us with nothing but hostility.
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top-secret intel.
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
Mm-hmm. In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of 2 different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection. But one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new emblem of Conria.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Rehir of Solnari to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. Oh, and he had a fiancé, or at least a would-be fiancé, called Tholindis. What's the matter?
Verfnir, Freindaughter, Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé of his? Do we know anything about her?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contained some of Tholindis' memories, though only a very small portion.
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Tholindis was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Tholindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me, though, were these pure-blood Conrians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerir might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hopes on that. That merchant who never knows, Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe we could hire her to look into it.
All right then. Let's keep working in our separate teams. Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent moon's marrow. As for the others...
On the way over here, I noticed that the Wild Hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kutar. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to go wipe them out.
I'll head back to the Curatorium and meet up with the boss.
Feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flint's. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flint's, Ino, and Anefa when they get back.
then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
We're back. Did we get here a little early? Or a little late?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally, and Boss Nefer has uncovered some promising info. Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Inefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flint's?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the wild hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the wild hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flint's, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. And Effa and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next week.
Database updated. Reliability of Aino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Inefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsvartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back.
Let the show be...
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you got planned? We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is, how do you?
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon, and one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds' flames.
Huh? Are you serious? Isn't you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from ancient Conria?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me. consuming me from the inside out. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this, too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations, over the past few years, there are several things that I have gradually come to understand. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a completely different person.
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug-of-war.
Oh, sounds intense.
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question. So, the Crimson Moon that the Karians used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the three Moon Sisters. Does that mean that the Karians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Scions are to the Frost Moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as their link to the abyss. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof, it's standing right before you.
ไม่ผมนั่งทำงานไปด้วยแล้วก็ปล่อยเนื้อเรื่องมันรันไป
I sensed something familiar in your presence.
โอ้ยเฮียใช้36 อัน
When I looked at you,
ถึงบ้านกี่โมงครับ
I could see that mysterious red
ไม่
moon
นานมากครับเพิ่งถึงชั่วโมงที่แล้ว
in your
ไวเหมื
flames.
อนกันเนี่ย
I saw its
หมาย
broken
ถึงว่ามานี่ไวเหมือนกันนะเคลียร์ตัวเองเสร็จไวเกินกินข้าวมาแล้วเหรอ
จริงๆมันกินมาตั้งแต่นี่แล้วแต่ยังไม่รู้จะหิวไปไหนด้วยว่าไม่ได้ลงไปต้มมา
Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's
ไม่เบาเหมือนเดิม
marrow,
ไม่ไกล
you intend
ไม่
to
ไม่
leave
ได้
it
พูด
in my
เดี๋ยว
custody,
จะซื้อไม้ใหม่ละ
correct?
เบาจริง
That's right.
อุ้ยอย่างนี้ไม้ใหม่ต้องมาจริงๆโอ้ยใหม่เยอะเกิน ถึงเวลารีโนเวทของเก่าๆแล้ว
นี่สาบานนะว่าเปิดสุดเพราะเวก็จะดันสุดตลอดอยู่แล้ว
So
เพราะ
with
เสียง
its
มันเบา
arrow in your possession, you'll be even
ไม้
more
มันไม่ดีไม้
powerful
มัน
than
ไม่ดี
before.
ก็ต้องซื้อใหม่
Deal. Then
เออ
let's get
พูดได้
started.
โดนใจแต่ไม่มีตังค์โดนใจแต่ไม่ถูกต้องไปเนี่ย
What does this place have to do with the
เหมือน
Crimson
เสียง
Moon?
ลำโพงโน้ตบุ๊กเบา
When I first became a
ก็ต้องซื้อใหม่
harbinger, the jester gave me a book called
ใช่แล้ว
also known as Leo Bronto.
พูดดีๆจะไม่โดนใจเหมือนกัน
You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story.
ซื้อ
set in
รุ่น
the
ไหนก่อน
Crimson
ยังไม่
Moon
รู้เลย
era, but setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it
ต้องไป
also
ฟังที่ห้าง
records a
ต้องไปหา
few
ฟังของจ
interesting
ริงก่อน
details. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes,
ของ
there
บาง
was
อย่าง
an
สั่งมาลองมา
orphanage
สด
that
เลยไม่ได้หร
received
อกต้องลอง
children
ไป
from
ฟัง
beyond the bounds of this world and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony.
Beyond the
ให้
bounds
ช่วย
of
ลงอะไรไหม
For real?
เหมือนเดิม
What kind of induction
พร้อมแล้วบอก
ceremony?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world
ไอ้
for
ที่
beings
ไอ้
with powers that
จะบอกว่า
surpassed the gods.
ไอ้ที่เล่นเมื่อวานอ่ะมันสำหรับผมผ่านไม่ได้อยู่แล้ว ตัวละครมันในนี่ไม่ถึง มันโหดไม่ถึง
Refinement.
อัลลา
แล้วก็ สแตทมันจริงๆถ้าพี่เล่นคนเดียวมันจะเล่นได้อยู่เว้ยแต่มันไม่ได้เหนียวขนาดนั้น แต่ตัวละครพี่น่าจะน้อย
ทำไมซีนแรกเห็นผ่านไวมากเลยตอนแรก
อะไรนะ
บอสมันมีหลายเวฟถูกไหมแต่เวฟแรกไวมากนะที่เห็นเมื่อคืน
ไม่เวฟแรกมันไม่ได้โหดขนาดนี้เวฟที่ผมเล่นน่ะจริงๆอ่ะที่ผมเล่นกับคนอื่นอ่ะมันคือ normal เว้ยมันคือแบบไม่ยากอ่ะแต่ที่เล่นเองอ่ะคือยากแต่ดาเมจมันไม่ถึง
ลองเล่นก่อนแล้วกันยังไม่รู้เลยหน้าตาเป็นยังไง
เล่นดูก่อน
หมายถึงขอลองแบบจอยเล่นด้วยกันก่อนอยากรู้ว่ามันโหดขนาดไหน
leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would
เห็
forever
นด้วย
live
ตาเดี๋ยวได้คำตอบเองว่ายังไงแต่ตัวน้อยจริง
That explains why I can't sense the
อั
crimson
นนี้เป็นข้อเท็จจริงที่รู้ร่วมกัน
It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space. It can only be
แล้วเมื่อคืนเล่นไปถึงไหน
temporarily through some kind of
คุยไม่เยอะแป๊บเดียวเองก็ไปแล้ว
There's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build it ourselves? Okay, fine. Paimon will go find some bricks.
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like
เดาว่าวันนี้น่าจบเนื้อเรื่องพาร์ท 3 ขึ้นพาร์ท
it should be enough to move us across short
รวด
distances
เร็วเกิน
and
ให้
confront
ย่าย
whatever
ให้
dangers
ย่าย
might
2
await.
จบไปแล้ว3ก็ไปสักพักนึงแล้วนะ
ให้ย่ายมากให้ย่าย
Mistress of the 7 hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms,
4 กับ 3
by
6
fire
7
severed, by fire renewed. I offer myself now and beseech your descent.
จริงนี่อะไรเนี่ยไปเสกอะไรขึ้นมาเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยนี่เก่งเกิน
จีเคียวโอ้
One word of advice as you're crossing over. No matter what voices you hear.
ตัวนี้ไม่ใช่เหรอที่ต้องอันติสกิลเพื่อฮิวตัวเอง
ใช่
I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the familiar light of the moon. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition.
ได้ครับ
All right, let's go.
บอลพร้อมเหรอ
อะไรนะ
พร้อมเหรอ
อ๋อผมรออยู่แป๊บนึง
มันเล่นไปก่อนได้ไหมเคลียร์เลซินไปก่อนได้ไหม
มาได้โอ้โหเหมือน
ประเด็นคือเปิดแมปไม่ได้แสดงว่าตอนนี้มันเนื้อเรื่องบังคับไปต่อ
อ๋อมันชายโอเคโบเลกตี้
เนี่ยเปิดแมปไม่ได้เลยแต่ครูออกได้ผมไม่น่าได้เหมือนกันมันไม่ขึ้นเนี่ยครูออกไม่ได้เราจะพูดได้ครับ
ชิวๆไป
มาตอนเนื้อเรื่องกำลังเดือดเลย
หาของอีกเยอะพี่เล่นไปก่อนนะผมหาของก่อน
ได้
ผมเดินตีน้องก่อนเดี๋ยวผมจะไปตีน้องเวลพี่เหมือนกันวันนี้เล่นไม่นานเดี๋ยวผมไปเสร็จปุ๊บเดี๋ยวผมไปดูภาษาอังกฤษแล้วก็เดี๋ยวจะบอกไปจูนงานออฟฟิศแป๊บนึงที่ออฟฟิศนี่ไม่รู้ทำอะไรเลยงงไปหมด
ลองไปดูในโนชั่นที่พี่เขียนก็ได้
วันนี้ได้นอนไวนิดนึงพรุ่งนี้ต้องตื่นเช้ามาก
ไปทำอะไรตื่นเช้า
ไปพาแม่ไปเอาของก่อนนะผม
Seized by the abyss and hung up aloft like mummified
มา
remains.
เช้าใช่ไหมเนี่ย ไม่น่า
มาน่าจะเวลาเดิม
อ๋อไปจุฬาก่อน
Was this truly what you wished for?
Careful! There's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Haimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her.
นี่กูอัพมาจริงๆปะเนี่ย
By the way, Kalamina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty cold, Paimon. How is that possible?
ที่เพียบ
Who's next?
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
ว่าจะเรียนภาษาอังกฤษยังไงตอนนี้ยูทูบบอก
เปิดไอโทอีกดูก่อนเหมือนแบบ เอาหลักเขาเรียกว่าอะไรเอาหลักแกมมาอะไรมันมาก่อนอะไรอย่างเงี้ย มันต้องเริ่มจากข้อสอบก่อนมันไม่งั้นมันก็ไม่รู้ว่าจะใช้อะไร
แกจะไปสอบเมื่อไหร่
No,
ไม่รู้ครับ
I'm not sensing anything up there.
ถ้าไปสอบสกิลได้นะ
Coming from
พี่ก็
under
อาจ
the
จะอยากไป
mountain.
สอบเหมือนกัน
ต้องดูก่อนว่าปีนี้จะเป็นยังไงแบบว่ามันจะนี่ไหม
Looks like a mechanism of some sort.
ยังไม่รู้ว่ามันขาดอะไรอุ้ยกว่าจะไปขั้นนั้นถึงสักพักเลย
เพราะโทอีกก็เป็น requirement ข้อหนึ่งเหมือนกันในการสมัครงาน เพราะก่อนพี่มาที่นี่พี่ก็มีติดไว้ แต่ว่ามันเพิ่งหมดพอดีก็ต้องสอบใหม่
Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's
มี
domain.
ไว้อุ่นใจ
And they left this behind.
มันเวลาใช้มันไม่มีแล้วมันก็ต้องไปสอบอ่ะ มันก็ต้องไปด่วนๆเลยไงเหมือนคราวก่อนที่พี่นั่นแหละ
แล้วซีพีเขาใช้หรอ
ไม่พี่ไปสอบเพื่อจะยื่นอีกที่ตอนแรก แต่อีกที่ที่พี่ต้องไปยื่นเขาเอาไป 820จำไม่ผิด800เนี่ย
ไอ้แค่เกมพวกนั้นเขาเอามาจากอะไรวะเนี่ย
ไม่รู้
เลเวลอะแสดงว่าพี่ได้มันเป็น B อยู่มันจะบอกว่า B ไหนมันจะบอกว่าเลเวลไหนมัน6ประมาณ6เท่าไหร่
ใช่แต่แรงที่เขาเอาคือเล้งแบบฟูเอ็นประมาณนึงเลยอ่ะ800มันคือสูงมากเอาจริงบอลมันเต็ม900ฮะ
แล้วสำหรับผมคิดว่าโทรอีก900ไม่น่าเขาเรียกว่าอะไรไม่น่ายากบัตรประมาณว่าเหมือนแบบคิดว่าเขาเรียกว่าอะไรถ้าแบบจะฟูเอ็นระดับหนึ่งก็ต้องโทรอีกก็ต้องแบบระดับนั้นแหละเพื่อจะเอาไปต่อยอดให้มันแบบได้จริงๆอะไรเงี้ย
ถ้าเตรียมตัวก็ได้อยู่ประเด็นคือแกมม่าด้วยอะไรด้วย
ผมไม่ได้เรียนเพื่อจะเตรียมตัวขนาดนั้นผมเรียนเพื่อจะให้มันใช้ไปเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเลยต้องแบบนึกเยอะนิดนึงแต่กำลังนึกได้ยังมันเป็นที่กูไม่เป็นภาษาหรือมันเป็นที่กูไม่เป็นการสื่อสารมากกว่าเริ่มช่างใจ
Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain
คือ
crest, mourning still in wistful tone, her
ไม่มีระยะ
fragile
กันความ
soul
พยายาม
now laid to rest. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space, is it a coincidence or something more?
จริงๆคำถามข้อเล็กจริงมันต้องย้อนกลับไปถามว่าสมัยเรียนภาษาเป็นยังไงทั้งเกรดทั้งอะไร
หวยแตก
ฮะ
หวยแตก
จริงเหรอ
จริง
คำถามที่สองเป็นคนมีใบแอดกับภาษาไหมเกลียดไหมวิชานี้หรือไง
ไม่มีอยากได้แต่แค่ไม่ค่อยมั่นใจที่จะใช้มันเฉยๆแหละ
ความมั่นใจต้องฝึกด้วยการนำมันออกมาใช้ เหมือนคนพูดที่หานะไม่เป็นก็ต้องฝึกพูดไม่มีอย่างอื่นที่จะเป็นยาวิเศษช่วยแก้ปัญหานี้ได้ นอกจากทำมันไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวจะพาไปพบเจอฝรั่งเลยอันดับแรกต้องหัดพูดไม่มีอะไรมากกว่านี้พูดออกมาคือถูกก็พูดออกมาแล้วเลยสกิลอื่น
ผมเลยเรียนจีนได้ค่อนข้างที่จะดีกว่าอังกฤษเพราะว่าแกมากมันเหมือนภาษาไทย
รอ
แล้วก็น้อยคนที่จะจัดเราได้
คือคุณกลัวคนจัดอะไรอย่างนั้นน่ะเข้าใจได้อยู่
ภาษาจีนมันไปพูดผิดมันก็ไม่มีใครมันพูดผิดกับคนจีนก็ได้ก็อายคนจีนอยู่แต่ก็ได้เรียนรู้มากกว่าภาษาอังกฤษไม่รู้ทำไมคือไปจีนก็ไม่ได้
ทัศนคตินะบอลอย่างเงี้ยก็เข้าใจได้อยู่นะ
ไปจีนก็ไม่ได้เก่งนะเว้ยแบบก็งูปลาแบบปลาเลยอ่ะไม่ได้งูไอ้เหี้ย
คือเราแค่รู้สึกว่ามันมีคนตัดสินเราเวลาพูดแค่อะไรถ้าที่ฟังแบบไวๆนะ
มันมีอยู่แล้วพี่
เรื่องเขา
มันก็อยู่ที่ว่าเราจะช่างแม่งได้ไหม
มีแค่ตัวเรานั่นแหละที่เรารู้ว่าอยู่ในระดับไหนอะ
อุ๊ยหลด
I see. So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking. If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
ผมเลยอยากมีเพื่อนที่อยู่เป็นคนต่างประเทศมากกว่าเพราะเราไม่ต้องสนใจมันผิดถูกเลยเว้ยพอเหมือนแบบตั้งใจจะไปหาตั้งอะไรมันไม่ค่อยนี่เท่าไหร่อุ๊ยตายเลย
ของแบบนี้พูดยากของพี่ก็ไม่ได้ยิ่งหามันมาเอง
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow. Oh, Rerir, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness. If only I could get my hands on that outsider.
Hey look! The moon's reflection is back to normal! The Lindis' voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow.
แต่รอบนี้สอบเลยได้สัก
Maybe it's hidden in the moon's
800
reflection?
คอยสัก100
It must be.
แต่รอบไปแล้ว700รู้สึกว่าโอ้โหมันก็
I sense
ก็
the
ชั่วโมงสามารถไป
fragile
เยอะอยู่นะ
aura
ไม่
of
ได้
the
รู้สึกว่า
dying
มันแบบโอ้
soul.
โหโยนเกมขนาดนั้น
Time to lose! Let's go!
พาร์ทฟังยากอยู่ทำไม่ทันด้วยอะไออีกข้อนึงเจอนั่งคิดนานๆไม่ได้นะเว้ยพี่คงทำข้อสอบ
มันนั่ง
อยู่
คิดนานไม่ได้อยู่แล้ว
แต่
มันจะ
ไ
คุยมันต้องฟังปุ๊บปั๊บ
ไม่ทุกพาร์ทเลยบอลเอาจริงๆพาร์ทฟังก็เป็นปัญหาพาร์ทที่เป็นกายเฉยก็เป็นปัญหา เพราะว่ามัวแต่คิดไม่ได้เหมือนกันข้อมันเยอะเวลามันน้อยฝึกทำเลยเว้ยเป็นคนทำข้อสอบเร็วไหมปกติถามแค่นี้เลย
ไม่ปกติเน้นคุณภาพ
เรียบร้อยพูดเลยเตือนเลย ถ้าคิดว่าตัวเองทำข้อสอบไม่เร็วฝึกเลยถ้าไม่ฝึกแล้วไปเจอของจริงทำไม่ทันเพราะพี่ค่อนข้างมั่นใจด้วยทำข้อสอบเร็วกูเองทำไม่ทันเลยถ้าปกติเป็นคนทำข้อสอบช้าอยู่แล้วแย่แน่ๆคือมันต้องแบบอ่านโจทย์แล้วควรตอบได้เลยภายในแบบไม่กี่วิอ่ะ
เข้าใจได้
เฮียไม่เซตปาร์ตี้ด้วยบอลยากเหรอวะเอาละคืออะไรครับเนี่ยยังไงครับเนี่ย
กินน้ำเขาพูดตลอดวันเขา
สีแท้
ไอ้วันก็ขอบคุณ
That must be the iridescent moon's mirror! Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it!
ไอ้นั่นมันตัวอะไรข้างล่าง
Tidal wave.
Go. Useless.
I'm going in!
Disappear! Worthless! Here! Worthless! Here! Useless!
No time to lose.
Yeah!
ก็จะมักง่ายอยู่ข้างล่างนะที่เจ็ดขึ้นไม่ได้ไกลโอ้โห
Boring!
Amateur machine. Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Let's light it up!
Useless!
Death looms. My time to shine.
Hang in there! We're so close!
the iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. It has taken on a new form entirely. If we can purify the abyssal power within, we should be able to obtain its untainted essence. It's so cold. Is it you? Are you here?
Huh? Are you talking to us?
At long last, I can see you once more. Our fates have crossed, and I am
ไอ้เหี้ย
finally free. I'm sorry. I lied to you. Even knowing what was to
วิ่ง
come,
ตีมอนอยู่แล้ว
I still couldn't let go
ใช่
of
แล้
the
ว
fear in my heart.
ตีน้อง
เขาส่องหน่อย
ๆหมดเมือง
The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece.
เดี๋ยววะจอน
I was
อ๋อ
being
แบบ
cut
นี้ดีกว่า
into pieces by 1,000 blunt
นี่
blades.
ผมตีน้องๆหมดเมืองเลย
Scattered as the cold crept in. But I could not bear to fade away like that. Tell me,
มันเกิน
what was it that brought you to us?
แน่นอน
All that
ต้อง
time
รีบ
ago.
ต้องรีบ
If
ต้องทำเวลาวัน
only
นี้
I possessed your courage, then I
มา
would
ดิ
have
เด็ก
been spared this torment, more painful than death. You look so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Farewell, Hypo.
ซัมมารี่โอเคอยู่นะที่ดูไวๆแต่นี่กี่อันแล้วเนี่ย2 4 6 8
What was
จนวัน
that
ที่
all
9
about? Was that the
เท่าที่
guys
ดู
at the
มัน
iridescent
ติด
moon?
มานิดนึง ถ้ามีเวลาไปนั่งอ่านเลคคอมเมนต์หน่อยนะ แต่ว่ามันยาวหน่อยนะ
เดี๋ยวไปอ่านเลยแหละ แต่ว่า
Ever met her
พรุ่งนี้
before,
จะได้ไปแบบ
right?
เรียบร้อยครับ จิวมาแล้วเรียบร้อย วันพรุ่งนี้ก็ จะได้เป็นโปรเซสของการดำเนินการได้เลย
Fleeting soul like hers.
ยังไงพรุ่งนี้ก็ต้องเสร็จ
แต่ไม่ก็ถ้ารัน
วันอังคารไม่มีอยู่
Too similar to tell apart.
มันจูนมาหลายวันแล้ว เดี๋ยวเขาจะด่าอีก
Iridescent moon's marrow now. That should help you regain your strength.
เป็นที่อะไรไม่รู้แต่โดนด่าก่อนไอ้สัส
Time to leave this
น่า
place
สงสาร
and
เกิ
meet
น
back up with Arlecchino.
คำ
ไม่รู้ทำอะไรผิดหรือเปล่า
คำถามคือไม่เกี่ยวกับงานแล้วพรุ่งนี้ไปตีแบบนี้
ไปดิทำไมไม่ไปล่ะ
แล้วไม้แบตเอาไปคืนยังไง
ถึงมาแล้วเขาไปตีวันศุกร์มา
Looks different than when we came
เขา
in.
รับบาทไหมสรุปมียอดไหมอยากรู้ว่าขั้นต่
อ๋อผมไม่ได้ใช้อะดิ ผมควักไปไม่ทัน ผมถือไปแต่ไอ้นี่เลย
ำได้
ส
ถาม
แกนมือถือไง
ไม่ได้ถามเหรอ
ไม่ได้ถามลืมเลย
เดี๋ยวค่อยไปถามวันพรุ่งนี้ก็ได้อยากรู้ว่าแบบพี่เดาว่ามีเว้ยเพราะว่ามันไม่ใช่รายใหญ่
เพราะว่าผมลงไปผมเอาไปแต่มือถือเลย ก็เลยไม่ได้ไอ้นี่
โดนไปเท่าไหร่
Now we've taken
250
เท่าไหร่เท่าไหร่ถึงมอแล้วบอก
the dark will.
เท่ากัน
Will show us
ไวกว่าด้วย
mercy.
มันจะตลกมากนะถ้าคือมันตลกมากอีเอ็นไม้แบตอะคือคนธรรมดาเขานึกออกไหมพี่แบบคนธรรมดาเขาไม่สามารถ
ก็คงมีพี่ปาล์มไปด้วย
จริงเหรอ
มีแอนมีคิตตี้มีพี่พีทมีแล้วก็มีพี่ปาล์มวันไปใช่ไหม
โอ้ถ้าไม่มีอะไรก็ไปครับ
What are you waiting for?
ไปเพราะวันอังคารพี่หยุดสบาย ไม่มีห่วงอะไรเลย ฉันจะนอนตื่นสาย ที่เขาให้เบอร์เดย์ลีฟเพื่อไว้นอนใช่ไหมใช่แหละ
แต่เอาไว้นอน
We made it.
ชื่อ
Is that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us?
อาราคิโน
Wait, your hands. They're.
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to
ทำไมฉายา
pay.
ถึงเป็นเดนเนฟอะเดน
The
เนฟ
Abyss wanted to trap you inside.
มันเป็นฉายาในปลาทุยไง
By bringing you out.
เอาฟาทุย
No wonder it's a little angry.
ฟาทุยหลายคนมากเลยนะชายก็ใช่นี่หว่า
Albeit a small one.
มันก็ฝากอยู่ในแก๊ง
Be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
But surely. Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino. Paimon can't believe you'd make a sacrifice like this for us.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal.
บอลก็อาจจะได้ถึงกี่โมงครับเดี๋ยวพี่จะได้ดูเวลาให้จะได้ไม่ดึก
Yes,
4 ทุ่ม
you did your part.
โดยประมาณไม่เกิน
As promised.
ได้
I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your
เดี๋ยวจบ
hand.
เนื้
เพ
อ
ราะว่า
เรื่อง
ผ
เอา
ม
เลย
เพราะว่าผมหมดละ
Stay forth.
หมายถึงเลซิ่งเคลียร์แล้วใช่ไหม
World's flames burn
เคลียร์แล้ว
everywhere.
อุ้ยผมแป๊บเดียวผมเคลียร์เลซินได้เลยเพราะว่าผมต้องไปเนี่ยไปกดรับประจำวันมันเคลียร์ได้เลย
ได้ได้
I'll take that
ข
as
อง
a
พี่มี 2
blessing.
อย่าง
ว่าแฟก
ที่จะทำอยู่แล้ววันนี้
Now,
เพราะว่าแฟกก็ลงไม่ได้
give me your hand.
ทำไมอ่ะ
Accept this moonlight I offer.
ต้องไปปั้นตัวละครไงแล้วเลซินหมดแล้ว อุ้ยแฟกนี้ยังไม่ลงจนกว่าของตัวละครจะเต็มนะพี่
ก็เหลือ22จริงๆเนี่ยเลซินเห็นดูแวบ
อุ้ยเก็บไว้พรุ่งนี้ เก็บไว้ให้น้องคนนี้
จริงๆลงไปก่อน
เอา
รอ
ตั
บ
วเนี้
นึ
ย
งก็ดีนะ เพราะว่าพรุ่งนี้กว่าจะกลับมาถ้าได้เล่นน่ะ มันจะตัน200พอดี
Feeling stronger?
กี่โมง
เศษ
วันนี้ผม
20
กะไว้ละ
มันเล่ามา7 นาทีปะ
7 นาที
แต่ตะเกียบถ้าสมมติเราหัก22ออกจะก่อบอลเหลือ178ใช่ไหม178คูณด้วย7
Our powers are
1,246
a
หารด้ว
little
ย
at odds. That's
60
all.
ชั่วโมง
By the Frost Moon's authority
วันหนึ่ง
alone,
พอดี
wielding the power
ไม่
of the
20
other
ชั่วโมง
mages
มัน
is
เท่ากับพรุ่ง
always
นี้
going
ที่
to
เว
be
ลา
a
ประมาณ
stretch.
5 โมง 6 โมงปะ
Still, I think it's fair
มัน
to
ก็จะ
say
เต็ม
that your strength has returned. At least to the level it was at as third
ไม่รู้ แค่
harbinger.
ถ้าเป็นพี่จะเคลียร์ให้มันต่ำที่สุดเลยต่ำขนาดว่าแบบต่ำกว่า 20อะ
There's no way I can hope to challenge Rayrier like this.
มันจะได้ไม่แต่เฮียถ้าพูดถึงเรื่องพวกนี้คือเราทิ้งเกมมานานมากเลยฉะนั้นไม่ต้องไปคุ้มค่าเฮียหรอก
อืม
เราเสียมันไปเป็นปีๆอะ
It's okay.
ถ้าคำนวณอย่างเงี้ยไม่เล่นตั้งแต่ตอนนู้นละ
ถ้าคิดแบบนี้
คิ
ไม่
ดเยอะ
ควรเล่นมาตั้งแต่2-3 ปีแล้วไม่ควรกลับมาด้วย
มันเป็นความคิดผมเมื่อก่อนเหมือนกันนะยังคุมไม่สุดอ่ะหลังๆนี้
เกมนี้มันอย่างนี้อยู่แล้ว
ติดขี้เกียจไปละเลยแบบแนวแล้วเพราะอะไรเฮีย
เล่นเอาสนุกแล้วกันเฮียพี่ไม่หรอกมันกลับมาเล่นแล้วมันก็อดคำนวณไม่ได้ไง เข้าใจเซนส์ของเกมใช่ไหมมันอย่างเงี้ย
Fighting fit?
แสดงว่าผมเหนือมันไปละเมื่อก่อนนี้ไม่ได้เลยเดี๋ยวนี้แบบ
Stay
อ้อ
hidden like before.
ขี้เกียจไปละ
ไม่
การดองไว้มันดีอย่างนี้แหละไอ้เหี้ยไม่ทำให้ไฟหาย
The ray here of Solnara
Yeah.
and his wild hunt must be sent back where they
โอ้
belong.
แล้วยิ่งตอนนั้นผมเติมมานี่ด้วยนะ BP อ่ะโหแม่งแบบไม่ได้เลย
Only seem more alive now than you did
พาร์ต
earlier.
เหรอ
When I first
เอ
met
อ
you, you didn't strike me
ก็
as
เติม
a
เอาไว้นี่ไง มันคุ้มมันจะแบบสามารถเปิดตัวละครได้แบบพอดีอ่ะถ้าเราเติม BP นะพี่ยังมีปัญญาเปิดได้ทุกแพทเลยเว้ย
ready to scatter
เข้า
at
ใจ
the
เพราะว่า
first
ของแถว
sign
ล่าง
of
มันก็ดีอยู่
abuse. But now, you're full of vitality.
ถือว่ายอดเยี่ยมเลย
Just like the
มันมี
frost
พาร์ท 2
moon,
ระดับเลยไม่ใช่เหรอ
once the brightest of them all.
อะไรนะ
จำได้ว่าพาร์ทมันมี 2
May
ระ
you
ดับเลย
keep
ปะ
shining, Columbina.
ใช่แต่ผมซื้อระดับเดียว มันเหมือนกันพี่อีกอันนึงแพงกว่ามันได้แค่ของลิมิเต็ดกว่าเฉย
Yourself
อ่า
too.
เพชรเพิร์ดอะไรมันได้เท่ากัน
I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow
ฟิล
stronger.
แล้วแต่
But whatever you're after, don't let the abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish
แล้ว
to
แต่
see you go
กำลัง
down
ทรัพย์
the
และ
same
กำลังเวลา
path
แต่
as
ละคน
Rayrier.
I
ดี
appreciate
ถูก
the
ใจไม่มีคำว่าแพงไง
consideration.
คำนี้มันก็ใช้มาตลอดนะ
Although
อย่าไป
perhaps
ซีเรียสกับมัน
it's
เยอะ
time you took a new name.
A new name?
มี 4 ครับน้องมีน้องมาช่วยส
Plutar,
บาย
the
มาก
moon maiden,
แต่ตัวนี้กำลัง
Columbina.
นึกอยู่
They're
มัน
nothing more
ชื่
than
อ
code names. They describe who
Nick
she
Yang.
is and the roles she's played.
วันนี้นั่งคุยกับเฮียเรื่องรถ
Real name.
แล้วเหมือนแบบว่า
They often use code names in the
รา
House
คา
of
มัน
the
อย่างนี้
Hearth
จริงหรือเป
too.
ล่า
But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared.
มันแบบ
All
คำมัน
I'll
แสน
say
200,000
is
มันถูก
this.
เกินไปอ่ะมันแบบ
Once you've defeated Rerir,
2 นาทีก็ 300,000 แล้วนะ
all right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
1,700,000 อยู่เลย1,600,000
You're the best.
นี่มือสองนี้ออกสูตรมันเท่าไหร่กัน1,400,000
I appreciate
ปี
the
1 4
gesture.
260,000
It speaks to your good character.
คำนวณอะไรเนี่ย
Anyway,
ผ่อนรถเหรอ
let's get going.
ไม่
There
ไม่
are
ดู
more urgent
ดูรถ
things to do right now
ปี
than trade
ปี
compliments.
11รถ 10 กว่าปี
4 ปี 15 ปีปีนี้ 2026
2
It was a close call.
ไม่
But with
120,000
what the iridescent moon's mirror,
เขาปล่อย
you found power and
260,000
strength. And that's all that matters. In
คือมัน
other
แป
words,
ลกๆเนี่ยบาง
mission
ทีอะ
accomplished.
คือแบบ
Paimon wonders how
แต่
everyone
สภาพ
else
แม่ง
is
สวย
doing.
จริง T200 CGI เบนซ์ก็คือเบนซ์อะไม่ได้ซื้อเพราะมันเป็นเบนซ์แต่ซื้อเพราะว่ามันเป็นรถยุโรปที่สมรรถนะมันน่าเชื่อใจ
โครงมันแข็ง
มันแข็งมากเลยเว้ยแข็งแบบแข็งมากอะ
No time to lose.
มันเคยมีเคสพี่ทำคดีอยู่มั้งเบนซ์ชนกับอะไรวะซูซูกิสักอย่างถ้าจำไม่ผิดซูซูกิ
ซูซู
ยู่
กิ
เลย
ยู
No time to lose.
เบนซ์ไม่เป็นไร
แต่มันรุ่นนี้มันยังแข็งอยู่หรือเปล่าแต่เบนซ์อันนี้ก็ไม่แข็งมากแล้ว
ไม่อันนี้เป็นรุ่นเก่าด้วยที่พี่เคสพี่ยังไม่มีประกันก็ไม่ทำประกันคดีจะเคยจำคดีได้นะคดีนี้ไม่
แสดงว่าคนขับรวยปะขับเบนซ์แต่ไม่ทำประกัน หรือว่าเบี้ยมันแพงเกินไปที่เขาจะรับไว้
เอาเป็นว่าขอข้อเท็จจริงจบแค่ตรงนี้แล้วไม่เล่าอะไรต่อแล้วกันเคสนี้ไม่ค่อยอยากนึกถึง
ทำไมตัวลอยก็
เอาเป็นว่าไม่อยากนึกถึงนะช่างแค่เกินไปเฉยว่า
Song of Profile History ฉันจะทำอะไรนะ
เอาอย่างไรน้องบอล
ได้ครับแป๊บนึงนะเช็คของมา
มันจะบินไปเปิดดันดูดันก่อน
โอ้สร้างใน51 อันเดี๋ยวไปปล้นโลกพี่แป๊บอีกก็พอแล้ว
มา
เพื่อเหลือเพื่อขาด
มาปล้นกันเดี๋ยวไปเปิดดันก่อน
มาเดินปล้นของนะ
กดปฏิเสธแต่ไม่ใช่
ไม่ได้แล้วพี่เชิญผมแล้วพี่ขอเข้าไม่ได้นะพี่ต้องให้ผมขอเข้าไปนะ
ใช่แล้วกดปฏิเสธแม่งจะมันใช่
No time to
วัน
lose.
นี้ตัวอะไรเนี่ยหอยแครงอย่าลืมเอาเป็นเน็ตออกมานะน้องมีก็ใช้ซะ
ไม่แรงเลย
ไปไวนะไปไวขนาดนั้นนะอันนี้ไปเปิดดันเหรอ
เดี๋ยวให้เปิดดันแป๊บนึงเปิด
No time to lose.
เปิดเสร็จปุ๊บเดี๋ยวเริ่มเลยนี่แบบ178
โอ้เมืองมันแบบ
ไม่เสร็จมีวงไม่เสร็จ
แบบนะน่าจะตรงดันเล่มThursday Friday Sunday นี่ไงไปเลย
พรุ่งนี้20:30เตือนผมคุยกับพี่วิทย์ด้วยเดี๋ยวผมลืมอีกวันนั้นที่เล่นเกมกับพี่ดึกก็ไม่ได้คุยกับพี่วิทย์แต่ดีพี่วิทย์ไม่โทรมาแล้วขอเลื่อนพอดีลืมไปเลยว่าต้องคุยโทรศัพท์
เขานัดเหรอ
ลืมไปเลย
น้องไม่ได้บอกพี่ด้วยวันนั้นนะ
แต่โชคดีที่พี่วิทย์แกก็ลืมพอดีเว้ยไม่ลืมหรอกแต่เหมือนแบบแกเลื่อนแกน่าจะไม่ว่าง
ถ้าคุณบอกผมผมไม่ลืม เพราะว่าผมใช้ตัวช่วย
ทุกอย่างแบบ
อันนี้ดันอะไรดันใหม่บ้างหรือดัน
ดั
อะไร
นเล่มครับไม่ใช่ครับดันเก่าแล้ว
เป็นเล่ม
เล่มสกิล
ดันเล่มเหรอ
เอาเล่มไปให้น้องเซียงหลิงต้องใช้
มันนี่พี่ปั้นตัวอะไรวะ
ตอนนี้ครับตอนนี้ทำไปเรื่อยๆไม่รู้ทำยังไงก็อัพเวลแหละประเด็นคือยังไม่ได้อัพเลยไงน่าจะพอมีตังค์นะเดี๋ยวพี่ดูตังค์ก่อนเพราะว่าเล่นเรื่องเยอะอยู่ตังค์น่าจะเริ่มมาแล้ว
ตัวนี้กี่ทีนะ
4 3 12 4 4 16 4 รอบครับแล้วเดี๋ยวเหลือเศษเสร็จไปวิ่งเล่นก่อนเดี๋ยว20ค่อยกลับมาเล่นเอาให้มันโบเลย
ถ้าไปวิ่งเล่นเดี๋ยวพาไป เก็บของ
ได้
Burn it down. Shouldn't let your guard down.
ตัวแบบไหน
แล้วล็อกให้แล้วล็อกให้แล้วล็อกให้แล้ว
ตัวแบบไหนโอ้ยจะตายไม่มีตัวฮิวกินยา
หนุนเปลี่ยนของก่อน
นั่นลิฟ
ก็ว่าชำนาญธาตุไม่มีไอ้เหี้ยเกาะไม่แข็งเลย ระเบิดระเบิดระเบิดระเบิด
อีกรอบครับผมจริงข้อดีคือเล่นไปเรื่อยก็มีพัฒนาการทุกวันเห็นเลยว่าของก็จะเริ่มมาตัวจะเริ่มไม่ทำเลยเดี๋ยวเวลา
ดีๆทั้งนั้น
ตายก่อนตาย
โอ้
เป็นละไวเกินเดี๋ยวค่อยอีก7ค่อยกลับมาลงมันเหลือ19
อะไร
ใช่มันเหลือ19อุ้ย expedition reward โอ้มันคุยไม่ได้นี่หว่าไม่เป็นไรดีเอาไปตรงไหนครับนำไปเลย
นี่เดี๋ยวผมพาไปฟาร์มของ
lead me the way
จริงๆมันก็ครบแล้วล่ะแต่ว่าเอาไปเผื่อก็คือเขี้ยวของน้องๆตามมาเฮ้ยคุณนะขอดูนี่แบบระหว่างมีเขี้ยวของน้องๆแล้วก็มีไอ้ที่นี่เยอะเกินมาแล้วไอ้นี่คาบมาแล้วทางอีก55เยอะไปเยอะไป
สรุปมีนาบอลยังเล็งไปญี่ปุ่นอยู่ไหม
ไม่ได้ไป
พี่สาว
ไม่ได้ไป
ชัวร์แล้วหรอหรือว่าไงหรือว่าดูก่อน
ชัวร์ผมจะไปได้ยังไงล่ะ
เปล่าถ้าไปก็ไปได้จะไปไม่ได้มีตังก็ไปได้มีเบอร์เดย์ลีฟด้วย
ก็มันไม่มี
เบอร์เดย์ลีฟก็มีแต่ตั๋วแรงมากเพราะพี่เพิ่งคุยกับป๋อ
มันไม่รู้ตัวญี่ปุ่นเหรอ
พี่ป๋อมันส่งมาในกลุ่มป๋อน่าจะไปกับที่บ้านหรือเปล่ายังไม่ชัวร์นี้หรือจองให้อะไรเงี้ยพี่ไม่รู้ข้อมูลแต่น้องทักมาคุยว่าตอนที่ไปตั๋วเท่าไหร่พี่ก็เลยไล่เปิดข้อมูลพี่แล้วก็นั่งเช็คราคาตั๋วแล้วขอดูแรงมากแรงจนชนิดที่ว่าพี่บอกเลยว่าใครอยากไปพี่เชียร์ว่าไปที่อื่นเถอะมันไม่มีเหตุผลมันเกินไปอ่ะบินไปเกาหลีกับบินไปญี่ปุ่นเหลือทางแม่งต่างกันนิดเดียวอ่ะแต่ว่าเกาหลีแม่งถูกครึ่งนึงอ่ะบางทีว่าไง
ผมมันจองมานานแล้วมั้งไม่ได้มันมาแล้วมันก็บินเลยหมายความว่ามันจองมานานแล้วแต่มันไม่ได้ลงมาปุ๊บจองแล้วไปที่ไหนมันน่าจะจองตั้งแต่ตอนมันโทรมาตอนนั้นนะ
I could get used to this.
มันน่าจะจองญี่ปุ่นก่อนแล้วก็ลงมาแล้วก็ค่อยจองลงมาเมืองไทยถ้าสเต็ปการจองของมันนะถ้าผมเข้าใจไม่ผิดนะตามมาพี่แป๊บ
ผมมาตรงนี้ทำไมนะ
มาเก็บ
หรอ
มานี่มาเก็บของน้องๆนี่เห็นไหมผมพี่กดแมปตามผมก็ได้นะ
ผมตามอยู่แต่ผมงงมากผมมาแล้วผมไม่เห็นเจอเลยให้ผมมาทำไมนะ
ผมคาตายไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
มันไม่มีของอะไรอย่างก็เลยงงให้ผมมาทำไมนะ
ก็ตะกี้พี่มาไม่ทันเงี้ยผมเก็บไปหมดแล้วพอจังหวะพี่โหลดมาของมันหายไปเลย
ไม่มีอะไรคิดเลยมึงมาทำไมนะแต่ไม่เป็นไร
ยังไงตามมาตรงนี้มีแน่นอน
เดี๋ยวมาเก็บของเปิดเสาไปดิรับปี
ตรงนี้มีแน่นอนตรงนี้มีแน่นอนเสียงน้องก็อดโอยเหลือเกินแต่กูต้องใช้มึงไง
ทารุณกรรมสัตว์
เฮ้ยใครเขาเรียกทารุณกรรมสัตว์เขาเรียกว่า
ก็ทารุณกรรมสัตว์
ไม่ว่าอะไรของมันต้องกินต้องใช้แล้วเพื่อความอยู่รอด
ปีอังกฤษเลย70,000
70,000
เห็น70,000
โคตรแรง
ปะ
โคตรแรงตามมา
ว้าไวเกิน
SD ไอ้น้องมันจะ new normal อีกแล้วน้อง
ผมไม่ใส่ในกากลัวแรมติดมือในภาพ
มันจะ new normal แล้วไอ้เหี้ยแม่งบอกเลิกผลิตแล้วแนนจะไปทำให้ AI แทนกูวะอีกแล้วลาก่อน SD ราคาดีตอนมันถูกมันก็ถูกก็ไม่เห็นค่าจนตอนนี้พอราคามันแรงไอ้สัตว์
เดี๋ยวมันก็เหมือนคนบิตคอยล้อเหยยี่ทุกอย่างขวามีการจองอะไรมันไม่เลยอยู่ยังยิงลงหรอกราคามันต้องกลับมาอยู่แล้ว
ประเด็นมันจะเมื่อไหร่ไง
2 ปี
เดินไปต่อข้างหน้าพี่
ไปสิยังไงมาเดี๋ยวชวนเปิดเสาหน่อยเปิดทุกวันมันต้องหมดสักวันหรือว่าอีกเนี่ยคิดตั้นน้องใจเย็น
นี่มานี่เร็วเมานี่น้องตายแล้ว
ขอโทษคิดตั้นไหนอ่ะโอ้โหใส่ไม้ด้วยเรียบร้อย
นี่ตามไปต่อข้างในเป็นยังไงหรอกมันไปวัดมาในเมือง
โถตามมาติดครับน้อง
ตามว่างปะ
น้องบอลผมล็อกคิวนายได้ไหมวันพุธที่4อ่ะ
พุธที่4จะไปไหน
ไปดูหนังกัน
เรื่องอะไรหรอ
สักเรื่องนึงเพราะมันเข้าพร้อมกัน2 เรื่องต้องดูเรื่องนึงมีเมอร์ซี่กับที่เรากิ่งแก้วมันเข้า29ทั้งคู่เลยบอลนี่เราดูเรื่องเดียวแล้วเราต้องดูอีกเรื่องนึงในวีคอื่นให้เลือกอยากดูเรื่องไหนก่อน
นึกไม่ออกเลยถ้าเป็นผมจะดูกิ่งแก้ว
ที่หลังใช่กันเหรอ
อีกเรื่องนึงมันคือเรื่องอะไรวรรณกรรม3ไอ้นั่นน่ะเหรอ
ไม่โอ้ถ้าวันถ้าย้อนเวลาหาจิงซีด้วยนั่นอีกเรื่องเป็นเรื่องที่3นะแต่ว่านั้นพี่ไม่ได้อยู่ในลิสต์ขนาดนั้นแค่กำลังเซอร์ไพรส์กับชื่อเรื่องเฉย
ไอ้เมอร์ซี่ไอ้เมอร์ซี่คดี AI อะนะ
เรื่องนั้น
ตัวอย่างมันน่าดูดิ
ให้เลือกผู้สร้างเดียวกับออปเพนไฮเมอร์มี2 เรื่องครับ
น่าสนใจ
โอ้โหว้าวไปถึงเจอวิวพอยต์สุดยอดพามาตรงไหนดีมาก เฮ้ยบอลมีหีบด้วยนะ
เอาดิลองดูอันนี้พัซเซิลอันนี้น่าจะพัซเซิล
จริงเหรอ
ใช่ใช่
ก็จุดไฟนี่โอ้ต้องเปลี่ยนตัวตัวนี้ไม่ได้
เปลี่ยนอะไรนี่พี่เขาไว้ใช้น้อง
อะไรเอาไม่ใช่จุดไฟเหรอ
โอ้โหมีเขียวๆมีระเบิดนี่
ไม่ใช่อ่ะนี่ไงมันก็เหมือนมีเตาเลยไม่ใช่เหรอ
ไม่น่าจะใช้น้องยิงระเบิดเอาทีนี้ลองดูว่ายิงยังไงมันมีลำดับมันน่าจะยิงกันเป็นลำดับนะผมว่าจะไม่ผิด
บุ้มโหไม่กันบุ้มแล้วไงต่อมีกี่กันเห็นมี2 อันเอาเมนูอันนี้เห็นอะไรกี่กัน
พี่มันมีอยู่4 อันพี่เรียงลำดับดีๆตามถังนะผมว่าอันนี้ถัง
จำนวนใช่ไหม1 2 3 4ป่ะโอเคแล้วกูเริ่มผิดแล้วเอาใหม่ทีละทิ้งก่อนเลยแบบแรกขอบคุณมากพี่รู้แล้วพอบอลบอกจำนวนถังพี่รู้แล้วมันคืออะไรนี่ก็3นี่ก็3เดี๋ยวนะบอลอันนี้4
พี่ดูดีมันใช่จำนวนถังที่ไหนพี่ดูดี
ๆน้ำเงิน
มันไม่ใช่จำนวนถังมันไม่ใช่จำนวนถัง
เหลืองอะไรมีคำใบ้บอกไหม
คำใบ้เหรอพี่ดูสีเหลืองนะ
เยลโล่มะม่วงแมงโก้ไม่ใช่
พี่ดูสีเหลือง
ฮะแล้วไงต่อ
โอ้พี่นี่ใบ้สุดๆแล้วนะพี่ดูสีเหลืองพี่เดินไปดูสีเหลืองของทุกอันเลย
2จำนวนเหรอ3อันนี้1ปะ
อันนี้อะไร
อันนี้4หรือ3สักอย่างอันนี้2แน่นอนจริงๆ
เนี่ยผมเข้าใจวิชาผมบัมโซวิ่งแล้ววะผมไม่เป็นอย่างนี้นี่
บุ้มคนไฟขอบคุณครับ
ถ้ารีเวิร์ดจริงๆเนี่ยก็จะยากกว่านี้มันรีเวิร์ดยากมันต้องเข้าใจองค์ประกอบหลักกันเดี๋ยวจะลองเล่นรีเวิร์ดเอนจิเนียร์ดูถ้าจำได้นะตามมา
สาธิตแฟคทอรี่โอ้โหตายหมดเลยเหรอนี่มีหีบอีกแล้วบอลนี่ก็มีหีบโอ้คุณรู้แล้วหีบคืออะไรบอลSOS เรียบร้อยโดนย่างสูบย่างสุกจัดๆอย่างนี้จะรู้ว่าเลย
เหนียวเกิน
All right, now we're talking.
โอ้พี่เดินไปเปิดเสาขวามือเลยเดี๋ยวผมตีน้องๆตรงนี้ก็ได้เดินไปเจอกันตรงนู้น
ได้มีเสาระหว่างทางให้เปิดได้ดีมาก
เฮ้ยรอดการจับกุมไปได้ไงเนี่ยก่อนตีแล้วไอ้อะไรนี่พี่ปั้นไอ้นี่เสร็จแล้วเหรอไอ้แล้วพี่ปั้นธนูครบแล้วเหรอ
ยังไม่ได้บวกแป๊บนึงเนี่ยดูจอผมนะครับน้องซีไม้แชนแนลไอ้เหี้ยมีแค่เท่าไหร่2 4 6ไอ้เหี้ยเล่นทั้งวันมีแค่100,000เดียวนะโอ้เกม
ไม่เป็นไรพี่เดี๋ยวสักพักก็จะมีเป็นล้านผม
โอ้เกมกัน
เงินมันได้ง่ายแต่เข้าใจนะช่วงนี้ผมแบบปั้นตัวละครแบบ7-8 ตัวตังค์นี่ไม่มี
เสร็จหมดแล้วนะแฟกก็เสร็จแล้วอันนี้ก็เสร็จแล้วแต่ว่าก็เสร็จหลิงจริง
ต่อไปก็ปั้นเพลงหลิง
เริ่มจากเลเวลก่อนไม่ต้องไปไหนไกลเลย เล่มมีไม่มีตังค์เลยนะบอลปัญหาใหญ่ตังค์ไม่พอครับคุณไประเบิดภูเขาเผากระท่อมอะไร
ใช่เปิดก่อนนะพูดไง
ตัวอะไรยังไม่ได้เห็นเลย
นี่ตามมานี่ตามมานี่
ตุยหมดแล้ว
กระทืบน้องก่อน
เอาไว้โว้พี่ขึ้นไปได้เดี๋ยวพี่ไปช่วยน้องบอลไปวิ่งเล่นกันชาติไหนก็ไม่รู้เนี่ยแต่ถือว่าเป็นคำสัญญาที่ให้ไว้แล้วกันรอได้ใช่ไหม
คำถามผมคือมันจะถ้ามีอะไรเดี๋ยวว่ากันแล้วกันแบบพี่กูโลกของคนไม่สูงมันมีอะไร มีแค่ของ
ไปวิ่งขโมยของวิ่งเก็บของคิดอะไรเยอะ
มีแค่ของแหละมาปล้นได้ผมของเยอะมาก
น้องบอลพี่เห็นหีบด้วยวะ
มึงลงมาข้างล่างก่อน
ข้างล่างเหรอไฟไหม้อย่างนั้นปะเนี่ยไฟเยอะมันมีแร่ด้วยแร่กัน
เอาน้องตายอ่ะกูเอาตายตัวกระปิกกูก็ไม่เว้นกูเถื่อนมากตัวกระปิกผมก็ไม่เว้น
เจโนไซด์นี่ไหวเยี่ยลูกเล็กเด็กแดงไม่เว้นสักอย่าง
ใช่อย่าไปเว้นพี่อย่าให้มันเหลือรอดวับมาเก็บของกระยังเก็บของเราวับมา
ได้เก็บข้างหน้าก็มีมีไปตี
มี
ไม่ได้มอง
มันทำไมมันยังมีเสียงเพลงอยู่วะตอนนี้พี่ไปให้ตัวไหนมันมองพี่มาไหม
ข้างบนมีตัวลงแล้วบอลไปตีตรงไหนวะตะกี้นี้ไม่ได้ดูข้างล่างเหรอ
ใช่ตัวกระปิดเดียวนั่น
ได้แล้วโอ้โหมันอยู่ตรงซอกไอ้บอลเนี่ยเราเสากันไม่ไหวเลือดจะหมด
ผมอันมันตายคาซอกไปแล้ว
ของหล่นซอก
อุ้ยแบตหูฟังหมดแล้วน้อยมาก
ไอพอดเหรอ
จะรีบแล้วจะ4 ทุ่มแล้วภาษาอังกฤษยังดูไม่จบเลยพักก่อนทีนี้นี่แล้วตามผมมาเลยผมวาร์ปแล้วจะเห็นผมวาร์ป
แอร์พอร์ตน้องบอลนี้ต้องเปลี่ยนแบตใช่ไหมหรือว่าราคาไม่พอซื้อใหม่วะ
ซื้อใหม่
เซมไพร์อ่ะ
ใช่เปลี่ยนแบตข้างละ 2,000ไม่ข้างละ
1,000ก็ถูกกว่านะซื้อใหม่มัน 4,000
มี2ข้างมี3แบตนะพี่เผื่อพี่ไม่รู้หูฟังมันมี3แบตนะพี่
อย่าพึ่งผมต้องใช้น้อง
เหรอ
ขึ้นยังไงวะเนี่ยนี่ไงอ๋อมันมีลมมูดโอ้โหยังไงนะ
ตายหาไปเอ้าบินหนีเฉยบินได้เหมือนกันโว้ยนี่มันเล่นไงอะ
แล้วมันขึ้นข้างบนไงอะขึ้นได้ไง
สเปซบาร์พี่สเปซบาร์ไงมันเล่นยังไง
แล้ว
มันเล่นยังไงอะ
มันก็ขึ้นข้างบนอะเดี๋ยวขึ้นไปเก็บปุ่มอะรัวๆก็ไม่น่าใช่ปะ
ไม่ใช่ตัวนี้มันต้องตัวนี้มันสเปซบาร์พี่
สูงมากเลย
พี่ก็เก็บปนูไปดิพี่จะได้บินได้มันยากใช่ไหม
ขึ้นแค่พี่อ่ะ
นี่ไงแล้วพี่ก็อาศัยลมนี่ไง
ข้างบนที่มันสูงมากเก็บเงินมันก็ได้แค่นี้ได้3 เมตรจาก16 เมตรเดี๋ยวมันต้องหาที
มันมี
ทีมันคือเปลี่ยนตัวเห็นไหม ไอแมงงงแงงนี่บินยังไงวะ
โอ้มันบินยากจังไปดีกว่า
จริงบินยังไงวะแมงงงแงงเนี่ย
ที่มันต้องบินเก็บเนี่ยมันเก็บลูกอันเนี้ยบินขึ้นไปนั่นน่ะ
นั่นแหละแล้วไงต่อกดสวิตช์บายคือมันล่วงเว้ยยิง
ไม่พี่ผมว่าน่าจะ
ช่างแม่งมันยากเกินเดี๋ยวค่อยไปหาวิธีได้เอากัน
ผมว่านะมันไม่ได้ให้พี่บินขึ้นไปเก็บแต่มันให้พี่ขึ้นไปบนสุดแล้วล่อนลงมาเก็บหรือเปล่า
น่าจะเป็นอย่างนั้นแต่ขึ้นไปยังไง
แต่น่าจะยากโอ้ยไม่ได้ไม่ใช่มันจะต้องอัพอะไรสักอย่างนึงเนี่ยผมว่าเอ้าถึงนะเนี่ย
อ๋อพี่รู้แล้วบอลขึ้นไปรอข้างบนได้ไหมแล้วเดี๋ยวพี่เปิดฮะแต่ประเด็นคือมึงขึ้นไปแล้วมึงจะลงยังไงมันสูงมากไอ้เหี้ยไม่ใช่เหรอวะ
พี่ขึ้นไปก่อน
ไม่พี่ขึ้นแล้วใครเปิดอ่ะ
ผมไม่พี่ต้องเป็นคนเปิด
ใช่แต่น้ำบอลต้องขึ้นไป
ไม่ลมมันน้อยอ่ะโหยากกว่าไอ้เหี้ย
แล้วน้องเกิดไม่หยุดด้วยอ๋อหรือว่าอ๋อมันมีตัวให้เปลี่ยนตัวข้างบนเต็มเลยน่ะโอเคพอรู้แล้วบอลมันต้องแบบขึ้นปุ๊บแล้วค่อยเปลี่ยนไปเรื่อยเว้ยให้เดานะ
ลองเลยผมไม่ชอบผมมาเล่นตัวเฮียนี่ไม่เป็น
ยากตัวนี้มันบินได้แค่ไหนที่ความสูงมันตัวรอดมันไม่ใช่ตัวบินก็รอสิวิกันขอสักครู่สายฟ้าเป็นไง
พี่อยากรู้ว่าพี่ทำไงวะ
ทีได้มันต้องเปลี่ยนตัวข้างบนให้พี่เดานี่เปลี่ยนอย่างเงี้ยปุ๊บทีปุ๊บเนี่ย
ไม่ถึง
ประเด็นคือตัวบนสุดอยู่ไหนวะ
ไม่ถึงพี่ดูมันไซโค้งขนาดนั้นน่ะมันไม่น่าใช่
แต่มันไม่ใช่เล่นแต่ตัวข้างล่างแน่ๆเล่นตัวข้างล่างมันไม่มีทางได้เลยอุยาก
งั้นผมมีวิธีเดี๋ยวให้กดใหม่เดี๋ยวผมไปสแตนบายรอ
อย่าบอกอาเบโดอ่ะ
ไม่กดเลย
กดเลยแต่ไอตัวที่มันอยู่มันร่วงหมดแล้วอะต้องรอมันรีเซ็ตแหละพี่ว่าไอ้เหี้ยมันร่วง
ผมเก็บให้10 อันแล้วพี่เร็วเหลืออีก6 อันแล้ว
ไอ้เหี้ยนี่กว่าเก็บไปไหนอะโอ้
เดี๋ยวก่อนแป๊บนึงไปเคลียร์แป๊บนึงได้ปะวะทำปะวะ
มันเกิดใหม่ละ
โอ้แต่2 อันไม่รู้เก็บไงมันไปยังไงวะ2 อัน
ถ้าเริ่มจากบนนี้ได้อยู่ทำไงเหมือนพี่เห็นดูแล้ว
เดี๋ยวพี่ไปกดมาใหม่ดิ
ได้พี่ออกให้ก่อนเอาตัวนี้เลยตัวนี้เล่นง่ายมันต้องผ่านได้เด้น้องโกรธร่องหินงงแงงเนี่ยก็คือต้องยืนบนร่องหินนี้แล้วค่อยกระโดดขึ้นไป
พี่ผมเหลืออีก2 อันในพี่แล้ว
2 อันไหนวะอันที่ยากใช่ไหม
โอ้มันไม่ถึงเลยเว้ย2 อันอ่ะมันถึงมันอันสุดท้ายจะไม่ถึงเลยเว้ย
ไกล
แป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวพี่กดใหม่ดิเดี๋ยวผมลองอะไรหน่อย
จะพุ่งแหลงเหรอ
ลองกดไปรอบนี้ผมลองอะไรหน่อยนะกดเลย
ได้ปุ๊บเริ่มละ
โอ้ได้อยู่เว้ยเยอะยากเหลือเกินผมมันเร็วเกินอ่ะเนี่ยแต่เก็บไม่ได้พี่เก็บไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นละโอ้ยมันได้พี่ผมได้เอามารอกันมารอกันมา
อันไกลยาก
ผมเคลียร์ให้อุ้ยผมจัดการได้เลยกี้ผมรู้แล้วผมต้องทำยังไงกดมากันไหมผมเคลียร์ให้ผมว่าผมได้อยู่แต่ต้องมีเทคนิคนิดหน่อยไปเฮ้ยเขี่ยหมุนตามต้นไม้อย่างนี้มันถึงอยู่เว้ยพี่ไปแต่มันยากมากแล้วมันยากกว่าวิธีที่เราใช้นี่แหละมันไม่น่าจะยากตาม
ตั้งดอกบัวแล้วขึ้นไปมันจะสูงขึ้นไปก่อน
ไม่ถึงพี่มันจะไม่ถึงเดี๋ยวลองดูก่อนนะเดี๋ยวผมลองให้อะแต่เลิกสู้กับน้องก่อนได้ละ
จิตลมบนของไม้แค่นี้
โอ๊ยไม่มันได้ผมได้แล้ว
โอ้โหพลังงานหมดเฮ้ย
เรียบร้อย
เอาว่ะพุ่งเหรอไม่ได้ดูเลย
ไม่ต้องพุ่งไม่ต้องอะไรทั้งนั้นนะพี่ร้อยธรรมดาเนี่ยแหละบางทีสิ่งเหล่านี้ไม่ได้ชนะด้วยน้องๆหรอกชนะด้วยพลังแห่งเงินตาแหละ
ถ้าธรรมดาไม่สามารถทำได้
เหมือนเวนตีอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยไปเก็บลูกอะไรไม่รู้ไอ้เหี้ยเอาเวนตีกดอีเข้าไปเลยง่าย
ไอ้เหี้ยทางลัดนี่ว่ะเพทูวิน
ไม่มันผ่านได้แต่ไม่รู้ยังไงเนี่ย
น้องบอลมีแล้ว
ไปลองดูนะว่าเขาเล่นในตรงนี้ยังไงทีผมก็ไม่รู้ว่ะ
ไม่เป็นไรจะค่อยไปหาที่หลัง
แต่เวผมคือแบบเหาะมาแล้วกดเก็บลูกทันแล้วตามผมลงมานะผมไปข้างล่างก่อน
โอเคงั้นเก็บแรกครับเอาตรงไม่รู้มีเยอะแค่ไหนเก็บไปก่อนต้องใช้มันไม่มีปั๊บเลย
มันรุนแรงไปอ่ะเทียบไปอ่ะไอ้เฮ้ยจะตามผมมานะ
ได้ครับล็อกบายซัมติงแอนด์แคนนอตโอเพน
เดี๋ยวเก็บรอไซโลเนตเพื่อนจะปั้นไซโลเนตแล้วก็กดสเกิร์กเดี๋ยวสเกิร์กได้สเกิร์กอีกตัวหลักๆเอาแค่นั้นแหละตัวไหนที่เป็นเมตาเราเก็บตัวไหนที่ไม่เมตาเราปล่อยผ่านนี่พี่ทำอะไรวะน่ะ
กำลังเปิดกรงให้น้องนี่ไงผมว่ามันเปิดได้อยู่เอาเลยครับผม
ใจดีซะด้วย
ไปไหนปึ๊บ
แล้วไอ้บังมันเปิดบ้างปะวะจนตอนนี้ผมไม่สบายแล้วเนี่ย
อะไรอ่ะ
ไอ้บังโรตีอ่ะ
ไม่เจอเลยไอ้โดนนี้ไม่ได้สังเกตหรอ
แต่แดดก็ไม่อยู่ไอ้สัตว์หนีนี่ไปแล้ว
อุ้ยแล้วผมทำไงตัวนี้เนี่ยยิงเหรอไม่ใช่อย่างนั้นลมร้อนจะตาย ทำไงวะน้องบอลนี้
พี่
How can we do
ผมไม่เคยเล่นอ่ะดิผมก็เลยไม่รู้
How can we do this puzzle
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
น้องลอยบนไฟ
เนาะผมเก็บพอละเพราะว่าเยอะมันเยอะละมันถึงละอันนี้สุดท้ายละพอละปอกแป๊กนั่นนะ
คาใจว่ะจนน้ำแข็งขอไม่เกิน1 นาทีเดี๋ยวหาคำตอบนิดนึงคาใจเสียเจ็บไป
จริงๆโมนาก็น่าปั้นนะตัวบัก
Life goes on. Orders given. Orders received.
ไม่ใช่ก็ไม่น่าใช่เลยไม่ใช่มันจะขี้เกียจละอุ้ยตีอะไรโยโดของแกหามาแล้วมั้งเนี่ยใช่มาแล้วถึงข้างล่างเหรอ
อ๋อหมายถึงตัวผมเหรอใช่แต่ของมันหายแม่เพราะว่าผมปล้นเสร็จละ
ดูเป๊ะก็เหลืออะไรให้บ้างโอ้ไม่เหลือ โอเคเดี๋ยวนะตอนนี้ได้อีกรอบหนึ่ง22ไปอาร์ติแฟกต์สักรอบมาดูความเกลือของดัน
อยากกินนี่เหมือนกันว่ะไอ้
บุฟเฟ่
ปลาต้มผักกาดดอก
ไม่ใช่เหรอดอก
นี่อะไร
เกลือ
เนี่ย
นึกว่าเราถูกพี่
อะไรครับนี่อันนี้ดันอะไรล่ะเนี่ย
มีตัวฮิวไหม
มีครับมีอยู่ตัวเดียวกะเอาเท
อาร์ติแฟกต์ครับผม
กะเอาเทเอาดีเบตมา2 ตัว
โอ้โหเฮียเสียวตายทีเดียวแต่รู้ว่าเพิ่งฟื้นมาแต่กี้ไม่เป็นไรงั้นบอกว่าจะยืนมาแต่เรื่องมันแค่50ไปมีไปสวรรค์แล้วตายง่ายเกินปึ้งโอ้แดงๆไม่ต้องดู9 นาทีที่เหลือนี้ขอเปิดเสาครับผมเมืองไหนดีครับ
เลือกเลยจ้า
เอาอันนี้แล้วกันทะเลทรายดีกว่า
ซูเมรุเหรอ
มันคืออะไรซูเมรุเหรอใช่ซูเมรุตอนล่างทะเลทราย
พวกที่พี่เห็นมันยังน้อยนะมันยังมีอย่างบางอันที่มันอยู่ใต้ดินที่พี่ยังไม่เห็นอย่างเงี้ย
เข้าใจเปิดของหลักเอาที่เห็นก่อนเอา7 นาฬิกาก่อน
1ซูเมรุเหรอ
ใช่ครับผมสูงเชียว
ก็ต้องเอาไว้เข้ากับธีมซูเมรุดีกว่า
มีตัวแห้งๆเลยตัวอะไรตัวแห้ง
แมงงงเงงนี่แค่นี้พอ
ตินาลีมาเหรอแห้งแรงไงนี่นะ
อะไรนะ
ตินาลีเหรอ
ใช่แล้วอยู่เมืองไม้ก็ต้องเล่นธาตุไม้ดีวะ
ตินาลีนาลีนาลีนาลีนาลี
แล้วทำไมต้องมาปีนผาวะเนี่ย
แล้วมันมีทางไหนผิดทาง
พี่จะไปไหนนะ
เสานู้นซึ่งมันน่าจะอยู่ข้างหลังไม่ได้อยู่ตรงผาใช่ไหม
เดี๋ยวก่อนพี่ไปทางข้างหน้าไม่ง่ายกว่าวะ
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
ทางข้างหน้าดีกว่าเนี่ยพี่โห เคิร์ฟขนาดนี้ไอ้เนี่ยมันเดินทางไกลมันไม่ง่ายกว่าเหรอ
หลบเคิร์ฟไปปังย่าเลยโอ้ยทำไมยืมในหัวเนี่ย
โอ้เฮียมินแคนจัดกู
ทำไมทำกัน
นี่แล้วเราก็เดี๋ยวเราก็กดทีสวิงลิงโก้ไปนั่นผมว่าง่ายกว่าเยอะเลยพี่เนี่ยเดินอย่างเงี้ย
ไม่รู้ครับไม่รู้
นี่มาผมเปิดศึกให้ละ
You can run, can't hide.
The Invisible Hand ไม่ใช่เอายังมีตัวโอ้ยนึกว่าจบแล้ว
Tidal wave. One with the force. Evil conquering, worthless.
โอ้โหโดดสูงจัด
Why would anyone
อีวิล
want
คอนกรี
Get it. It's not my concern.
นี่แล้วก็เนี่ยเดินหลบมานี่โอ้โหมีสโลปพร้อมเลย
เฮ้ยมี
ไอ้แมอะไรแมลงงองแงงนี้เก็บไปนะพี่เผื่อพี่ใช้
แมงน้องๆเหรอเห็นละ
Brace yourself. This is
เพิ่ง
gonna
เก็บตัว
hurt.
แรกไปเดี๋ยวนี้มันขึ้น
สกาละ
Forward.
แร่
โอ้โหเก็บทุกอย่างจริง
เก็บไว้ก่อนให้น้อง ตัวอะไรครับ
ๆนะซูเมรุก็เป็นตัวละครที่ผมเก็บมาน้อยเหมือนกันนะเป็นแก๊งนี้ก็ได้อะไหนๆก็มาแถวนี้
เสาอยู่ไหน
พี่ตามมานี่ก่อน
กำลังไปครับผม
No time to lose.
โหนี่มันค่ายกักกัน
Your sins will be upon your soul. Shouldn't let your guard down.
ว้าว
ผมจะบอกว่าไอ้เฮียเนี่ยโคตรกระจอกเลยเนี่ย
อะไรอ่ะ
ไซโนมันเหมือนเซียวเลยนะเว้ยแค่ธาตุเป็นธาตุไฟฟ้า
ตัวนี้เหรอหน้าตาคล้ายๆ
ตี
กันแล้วการแต่งกาย
ตีไม่ผมบอกเลยว่าตีไม่เข้าไอ้เหี้ย
นี่มันแฝดนี่ป่ะ
โคตรไรประโยชน์
นี่มันสฟริง
เพราะฉะนั้นแก๊งที่ดีที่สุดของซูเมรุที่ผมใช้ก็คือ
ติงาลีของ
กระแต
ติงาลีดิน่ารักกระต่าย
ไดโจบุ
ไดโจบูเดสกาอุ้ยตัวอะไรตนไว้ก่อนตัวอะไรไม่รู้ผมยิงให้เนื้อด้วย
No time to lose. One with the force.
เอาโฮมมิ่งเลยแต่ก็จุดโฮมมิ่งให้
Worthless.
แรงสุดแหละทิกนาริไดโจบูมผม
เสาไกลเหมือนกันนะ
นี่ไง
ไม่มีอะไรทำเลยด้วยนึงแวะ
ไหนวะ
แวะทุกจุดโอ้โหหัวหมูทำอะไรครับ
พี่จะปีนทำไมกันอ๋อลบ
อย่าหมิ่นน้องอย่าหมิ่นแค่คือธนูผมอุ้ยโหดเกิน
All right, now we're talking.
คนโหดกระโดดยิง
แน่นอน
No time to lose.
เราเล่นเกมเราก็เก่งกับเกมได้เลย
ถ้าอยากฝึกภาษาอังกฤษจริงง่ายมากเลยเว้ยพยายามหาหนังทุกเรื่อง เป็นซับภาษาอังกฤษแต่มันจะเดือด
พังก็จะลำพังก็จะไม่รู้เรื่องอยู่แล้ว
ตายไหมเริ่มจากเรื่องนี้เลยดูหนังซับภาษาอังกฤษเลยหาลงอิงเลยไม่เอาภาษาไทย
No time to lose.
ไม่รู้ความสนุกจะลดลงหรือเปล่านะ
Rip time.
แต่ฝึกไว้โอ้ยระดับนี้แล้วก็คงพอรู้เรื่องบ้างแหละมันใช่ไหมล่ะมันก็ไม่ถึงขั้นแบบโอ้พูดเลยก็ไม่รู้เรื่องเลยเราก็เก่งอยู่ทำไมต้องบอกกัน
คาดหวังกับตัวเองเยอะ
เอาอย่าท้อดิอย่าออมดิเฮ้ย
แป๊บเปิดหมดยัง
แป๊บนึงโอ้โหเพิ่งเปิดได้เสาแรกน้องขวาบนเพียบเลยนะนู่นน่ะ1 2 3 4 5เนี่ยกลมๆเนี่ย2 4 5 อัน5 อันแล้วเลิกเลยเฮ้ยมี6เลยนี่ด้วย6 อันเนี้ยแล้วเส้นมีวงกลมเนี่ยไปขวาก่อนขอ6 เสาแล้วเลิกเลยพี่ก็จะพักเหมือนกันล็อกเป้าก่อนไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวไม่รู้มีอุ้ยมีหีบข้างล่างบ่อยสงสัยจะต้องแวะโอ้ยยิงได้ด้วย
One thing after all. You can run, but you can't hide. Worthless.
The hunter has
ระเวทโคตรแรง
โคตรโหดโคตรอันตราย
Right, now we're talking.
ไปลงไปเปิด ผมร้องบน
ได้
No
ครับ
time to lose.
อยู่ข้างล่าง
เดี๋ยวพี่ก็ต้องไปทางซ้ายเดี๋ยวเพราะว่าพี่ก็ต้องขึ้นไปเพราะมันเตี้ยไปแล้ว
มีเสาด้วยเสาลมเอาไม่ใช่ฮะล่างเลยเหรออะไรนะล่างจริงจ้ะ
ขึ้นมาซะ
เดี๋ยวเสาต่อไปเรื่องเสาไปครับผมมาแล้วแต่ว่าเสานู้นมันอยู่ไหนฝั่งนู้นเลยเหรอ
ใช่ พี่ไปทางซ้ายไหมแล้วพี่ก็ล่อยเปิดไปก่อน พี่จะได้ขึ้นไปได้ไต่ระดับขึ้นไป
โอเคซ้ายก่อนใช่ไหมโอเค
ใช่ใช่มันจะได้ไต่ระดับไปได้พี่
ได้เป็นความคิดที่ดี
มันเป็นความคิดที่ควรไอ้น้อง
แล้วทำไมไม่บอกตั้งแต่แรก
ให้คิดก่อนให้คิดก่อน
คิดไม่เป็นครับเป็นง่อย
แรกๆหัวหน้าบอกผมอยู่แล้วไปคิดให้หน่อยหลังๆคิดมาอ๋อไม่ใช่ถูกไม่ใช่ไม่ถูกต้องอ๋อไม่ถูกใจ
ลูเซอร์
ที่คิดมาเมื่อวันนั้นไอ้เนี้ยไม่ได้คิดผิดแค่มันไม่ถูกใจฟอร์มเขาเฉยๆเอสซ่า
Worthless.
ที่คิดมาก็มีเหตุผลแต่ไม่ถูกใจ
ใช่แต่แค่ไม่ถูกใจเฉยๆไม่มีอะไร
Useless.
โซน
No time to lose.
แน่นอนว่า
นี่ผมจุดเห็นนะนี่ผมจุดแบบ
ติงาลีแรงจัดเลยไอ้บอลมีตัวอะไรข้างล่างด้วยจ้าเอ๋1 ดอก 2 ดอก
Disappear. Worthless.
โป๊ะข้างในคือมินิบอสใช่ไหม40 เหรียญ
ทำไมพี่เล่นอีกนานแหละถ้าเป็นดันพี่ได้เดินกับสิ่งสุดงงในนั้นแหละผมยังแกะผมยังไม่เสร็จเลย
จริงก็ในเนี้ยเหรอ
ใช่
โอเค
ขอโชคดีพี่
เฮ้ยซ้ายมันก็มีอีกอันนี้ว่ะเพิ่งเห็นบอลซ้ายนู่นเลย
แล้วไหนวะ
เดินหน้า
เดี๋ยวมันวิ่งไปได้ มันไกลอยู่นะ
จริงเหรอ งั้นก็วิ่งแข่งดิครับเราไปบอกว่ามันมีที่นี่วาร์ปนี่วิ่งทำไมอ่ะนี่ไง
มันไกลอยู่เด้อ
นี่ไงเรามีอุปกรณ์ช่วยเหลือนี่ไงแล้วก็มีมอนตรงนี้ด้วยตัวอะไรเนี่ยฟื้นไหมไม่ฟื้นเฮ้ยโอ้โหแมงป่อง
โอ้น้อง
แจกเนื้อฉันนี่ฮะมีแค่นี้เหรอ
มันมีไปข้างหน้าต่อพี่นั่นน่ะ
ตีมือมากาไก่เฮ้ยดอกอะไรเนี่ยดอกอะไรโอ้โห
ผมบอกแล้วมันไกล
ไก่จริงโอ้มีของให้เก็บไปนึง
No time to lose.
อันนี้อะไรน้องบอลไฟหนึ่งโอ้เข้าไม่ได้
อ๋อกำแพงร้องโหด
Invisible Wall ทุกได้เลยเหรอ
มันมีวิธีอยู่มันมีมุมอยู่ไม่ใช่ไม่มี
ให้ผมเดาเนี่ยเข้าจากข้างบน
I could get used to this.
โอ้ยมีไฟแป๊บนึงนะเกิดมีไฟนึงขอต่อเวลาสักครู่รู้แล้วว่าเกินเวลา4 ทุ่มก็หนึ่งเน็ตอยู่นะแต่มันต้องมีลำดับแน่เลยวันนี้ให้เดาไวๆ
Adventure time. Let's light it up.
ฮะ
มี4 อันนั้นผมจะไม่ผิดอ่ะ
ไหนกัน
ผมก็เดินเข้ามาได้นี่
ฮะ4แล้ว
เดินเข้ามาได้เปล่าเดินเข้ามาผมได้เปล่า
อ่ะได้นี่ว่ะได้แล้วกำแพงหายไปแล้วแก๊ปเรียบร้อยครับผมแล้วนี่คืออะไรเนี่ย
มันคือทางออกสุสานมันมีหลายจุด
โอ้โห
เข้าไป
ไม่
เข้าไปอย่าหวังจะได้ออก
ไม่ not this way เหมือนคนทำแบบขี้เกียจทำอะกว้างไม่มีผลกว้าง
ผมทิ้งพี่วิ่งไปได้ไหมเนี่ยผมไปรอเส้นใจ
ได้โอ้ขนาดนี้เหรอได้เอาไกลมากอย่าบอกว่าทางเข้ามันมีหลายทางใช่ไหมนี่ก็ทางเข้าไป
มันคนละอันนี้มันสุสานใหม่แล้ว
ทางซ้ายมี
ใช่
ก็ไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวไปเปิดเสาโอ้โห2 หีบเลยเอาแค่2 หีบแล้วกันพอแล้วก็พักก็ได้บอลมันเดี๋ยวมันจะยาวยืดกันไป
Adventure time.
ค่อยๆเล่นขอนี่แล้วก็ขอ2 หีบข้างๆแล้วพอแล้วเสาขวาจะค่อยมาเก็บอะไร
มี2 หีบเลยเหรอผมเห็นหีบเดียว
มีซ้ายนี่แล้วมีนู่นไกลๆบนนู่นอีกอันหนึ่งที่เห็นละ
อันนี้ตัวเดียวเอง
ตัวเดียวก็ลุยเลยพูดทางไม่ถึง
เดี๋ยวลองนู้นกัน
It's a miracle.
เป็นคนไม่ดีนะไปทำลายคนที่เขาเดินทางไม่โดนเธอพูดโดนแล้ว
No time to lose.
น้องโกรธโอ้ยน้องควิดบอลไปทางไหน
ลองเข้ามาได้เลยจ้า
ฮะอ้าวทางนู้นเหรอไม่ที่พี่บอกคือบนนู้นก็จี
ไหนวะที่มองเห็นแล้ววะก็จุดที่ผมมามันมีหีบอยู่ตรงนี้อ่ะ
จริงเหรอเดี๋ยวกลับไปเลยครับตรงนี้ก็มีมอนแล้วก็ไม่มีหีบแต่หีบอยู่ข้างหน้าอยู่บนนู้นอยู่บนสุสานนี่แมป
แต่วะ เหนียว
ไม่เห็นช็อตด้วยมืดเห็ดไม่ตกเลยไม่ตกประเทศเลยวันนู้นมีของน้ำบอลไม่หมดอีกอ่ะ
ไหนวะ
โอ้เหล็กตัวนึงนี่
Teamwork is dreamwork.
วันนี้ครับวันนี้ข้างบนนู้น
ไหนวะ
มีผีหรือเปล่าพี่นี่ไงผมเห็นอยู่มันมีนี่ไงปอนมิสเทอรี่
โอ้นี่มันเป็นกล่องอันนี้เฉยๆกล่องไอ้เฟอร์นิเจอร์
เขียนแลนส์กล่องนี้เหรอ
ใช่
แต่ไม่ได้ EXP แล้วมันเปิดยังไงไม่รู้เลย
น่าจะมีใช้ตัวไฟฟ้าแล้วผมว่านะจำไม่ได้ละ
โอ้โหไม่ตายด้วยเนื้อไก่ไหมเนื้อไก่โอ้ล่วงเนื้อไก่ล่วงมันต้องใช้ตัวอะไรเปิดใช่ไหมเสาร์นี้
นี่เปล่าน่าจะน้องนี้ต้องพาน้องนี้ไปก่อนแหละ
รอโอเคเดี๋ยวไปรับน้องกันกำลังไปจ้ะเหมือนจะ70,000 กว่าอู้สีน้อยไก่นี่หารู้ไหมน้องไก่ขัดเห็นแล้วไปทางนู้นนะมันคนละทางกันไม่ใช่ละไม่ใช่แล้วบอลมันพาไปไหนก็ไม่รู้
ไปกับน้องก่อน
แล้วเสาเนี่ยแล้วหีบมันจะเปิดยังไงอ่ะไม่รู้
ทำพัซเซิลแหละแต่ผมไม่รู้ว่ามันเปิดยังไงใช่
Do not have enough clearance ไม่รู้อะไรสักอย่างซัมติงเดี๋ยวให้ทำไว้ออมด้วยโอ้ไกลเกินพาไปไหนเนี่ยหลงมาไกลเหมือนกันนะเราเนี่ย
No time to lose.
เอาเจอละโอเคไกลจัดอ้าวไม่เข้าลงไป
All right.
83,000
Now
แล้ว
we're
บอล
talking.
ไอ้เหี้ย200,000
พี่เราพี่กลับมาผมแล้ว
ได้กำลังไป
เนี่ยเห็นไหมถ้าพี่หันซ้ายพี่จะเห็น
เห็นอะไรกองไฟอ่ะ
ไม่เห็นกล่อง
หันซ้าย
ไม่ทันแล้วพี่
ฮะซ้ายบอลเหรอ
No time to lose.
ไม่ทันแล้วพี่นั่นนะเห็นกล่องไหมนู่นน่ะไกลๆนั่นน่ะกล่อง
นู่นไงนี่ไง
ใช่
ล็อกอยู่อ่ะ
แล้วพี่จะวิ่งไปเลยเหรอผมอยู่ตรงนี้
อ้าวไม่ใช่กล่องนี้เหรอ
คนละกล่องที่ผมเห็นคือกล่องที่ผมนะอันนั้นคือกล่องที่ผมเห็นแล้วพี่ก็เห็นกล่องไอ้ตรงเนี้ย
No time to
ผมก็เลยมารอพี่ตรงนี้มั่วทรง
เดี๋ยวพี่ต้องไปตรงไหน
จริงๆผมก็นึกว่าพี่จะไปกล่องหนูเพราะกล่องหนูมันเป็นกล่องอันนี้แล้วกล่องนี้เป็นกล่องเฟอร์นิเจอร์ไงแต่ผมรอพี่ตรงนี้แหละก็เลยให้พี่เดินมา
โอเคแล้วกล่องพี่ทำยังไง กล่องนี้ไม่รู้ไป
เดี๋ยว
กล่องเยอะแยะเลย อันนี้ทางลงมะเนี่ยใช่แหละหนูปิดวะ
อ๋อ
เอาไม่ปิดโอเค
อ่ะ
จริงโค้ด
จริง
นะ
ถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดตรงนี้น่าจะต้องทำเควสมั้ง
ดูนอกแคบินออฟเคเลนน่าจะไม่ได้เปิดได้เลยต้องทำหลายอย่างก่อน
ทำเควสไปกลับ
No time to lose.
ไปเอากล่องอันนั้นดีกว่า
2 กล่องเอ้ย
เทพไม้มาแล้ว
No time to lose. No time to lose.
Capture.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
With sword comes shadow.
ช่วงสติลน่องไก่แล้วอันนี้ยังไงเนี่ยนี่ก็เหมือนกัน
ไม่น่าทำได้นี่
นี่ทำไงอ่ะ How can we do it
แป๊บนึงนะ อันนี้เหรอ
ใช่ฮะแล้วทรายกูทำอะไรแต่กองทรายไม่มีเงินทำได้
โอ้พี่มานี่ก่อน
ได้ครับ
พี่มาคุยกับน้องดิ
เฮ้ยอันนี้มันต้องใช้ลมพัดนี่แป๊บนึงนะ เปลี่ยนก่อนเอาเป็นอย่างเงี้ยเอาเสี่ยวมา
พี่จำผิดเปล่า
ใช่เหรอ นี่ใช่เหรออ้าวหาย
พี่จำผิดหรือเปล่า
ทำไงอ่ะลืม
นี่
ทำอะไรจ๊ะ
มากดที่น้องดิ
investigate
นะแล้วก็ไปวางไว้ตรงแท่นนั้นนะ
อ๋อ โอ้โหอุ้ยเซลล์อ่ะแตะเซลล์
นั่นน่ะแล้วน้องก็ใส่เลยเห็นไหมแล้วพี่ก็เอาไฟจุดได้
ก็เอาเป็นอย่างไรดี บอลไม่บอกพี่เปลี่ยนตัวทำไมเนี้ย
ใครจะไปรู้
Let's light it up.
โอ้อีกอันนี้ว่ะคุณฮะมี4
มันมี4 อันพี่
ฮะ where is the last one อุ๊ยทำไมบอลไม่บอกพี่ลงซ่อนอย่างนี้
ผมยืนบังอยู่เห็นไหม
นายจะยืนบังทำไม
Even better than I imagined.
No, no, no,
It's my
no.
lucky day. Adventure time.
ยังเดินไหลไปเรื่อยแล้วนี่
กล่องสุดท้ายแล้วกล่องสุดท้ายแล้ว สุดท้ายกี่โมงสุดท้ายยิงแล้วอันนี้ น่าจะไม่มีอะไรมั้งอันนี้ง่ายๆ
No time to lose.
โอ
All
เค
right.
ขอบ
Now
คุณ
we're
ครับ
talking.
ผม
เรียบร้อย
ขอบคุณครับ
ขออนุญาตออก
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ thank you very much ปิดโลก
โอเค ผมปล่อยไว้แล้วใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวค่อยมาตีทีเดียว
ไปใช้ทีเดียวเหรอ
ใช่เรียบร้อยขอเช็คกันนะ
แต่ว่ามันเก็บได้จำกัดมันไม่ได้เก็บได้เรื่อยๆนะ5
อะไรนะ
เก็บหมายถึงว่าเก็บปั้นเรซินเก็บคือมันเก็บได้5 อันอยู่ใช่ไหม
อือหือ
Add Astra Ab.
โอเคพอแล้วเอาละ
ได้ครับเกมออน
ไปเคลียร์อย่างอื่นต่อก่อน
อุ๊ยลืมกด dispatch scan ชิบหายเดี๋ยวพี่ต่อยนิดหน่อยแล้วเดี๋ยวก็เหลือไว้ทำพรุ่งนี้อีกส่วนหนึงนะมันไม่เสร็จหรอกก็ทำให้มันเหลือน้อยที่สุดพรุ่งนี้ได้เหลือนิดเดียว
ผมกำลังนึกอยู่ว่าผมจะรันข้อมูลม็อกทิ้งไว้ให้เขาดีไหม
ส ซัมมารีมีติดพร้อมมาด้วยนะพร้อมเขียนว่าอะไรในซัมมารีแม่งวงเล็บพร้อมมาเลยว่าสั่งให้ทำอะไรคือผมว่าจะฟัก
เลยก็นั่นน่ะเช็คจะได้แบบมันนาโนอ่ะพอมันบีบมันก็อย่างนั้นน่ะ
เพิ่งเจอปัญหาแบบนั้นนะก็เลยแบบบอกไว้ก่อนวันนี้ศูนย์เลยนะอะไรที่เป็นศูนย์ส่งเราไปเก็บ
ต้องรีไทย
3 อันไป
จริงอยากโหลดแอนนาอาร์ไคมาอ่านนะเนี่ยหรือภาษาอังกฤษ
อ๋อไอเว็บโหลดหนังสือเหรอกำลังนึกว่ามันคืออะไรอยู่คุณเฮ้ยลืมแบบทั้งวันบอสขอบคุณมากนะครับ
Thank you for completing
ครับผม
โอ้ยเลยแตกอีกแล้วพรุ่งนี้ทำอะไรกันบ้างสรุปแล้ว
ไม่รู้เว้ยเนี่ยไปหาพี่ดีบอกไม่ได้อัปเดตนะ
นี่ว่าบอล
ฮะ
ช่อนเควสหมายถึงเควสในเรื่องอะ
ทำไมล่ะ
มันแอคไหนแล้ววะแอค4นี่ไงนี่แหละแอค4นี่แหละแอค4นี่แหละของจริงหมายถึงว่าตรงกับ
ตีไรเพจของจริง
ยังไม่ได้ลองนี่เลยบอลกับเขามาก่อนใช่ไหม
อะไรเหรอ
เนี่ยลืมเลยมาเล่นเป็นเพื่อนก่อน
อีก29 วันเลยนี่
ขอสักรอบ2 รอบมันเหลือ5 วัน
ทำรีเมน29 วันคือครับ
ฮะข้างบน29ข้างล่าง5ไปดิฟักเลยไหม400เทสลัน
ตีนะ SSD ไวมาก
ไวเกินนี่ไง Quest Complete the Quest EII Song of the Moonwalk True Moon แล้วก็ Reckoning Moon Coming
ก็สอบติดไปได้
ก็ทำเควสนี้ก่อน
นั่นเยอะ
ไม่เป็นไร
อะไรอันหนึ่งกดเทปไฟเทปนี่เนี่ย
มารีบลองอันนี้จะได้เลิกอย่างรวดเร็วโกชาเลนโกแล้วไงต่อก็คือลงเลยระดับความยากไหนก็ได้ไปเก่งมากเพราะเราเก่งมาก
ก็ยากสุดนั่นแหละมันได้อันเดียวปะนั่นแหละกดมาเลย
อันนี้คืออะไรเนี่ย Excel1
โอ้โหอันนี้ที่ลงความยากอะไรวะ
ไม่รู้เลย normal เหรอมันมียากกว่านี้เหรอแป๊บนึงนะ Excel
มีกดข้างบนนั่นน่ะนั่นบนสุดเลยน่ะไม่ลงมาแถบไม่แถบเขาเห็นเขาว่า normal ไป
ฮาร์ดเหรอมันจะยากปุยมุ้ย
ไม่ยากผมเห็นแล้วไม่ยาก
มันชวนได้ปะ
ชวนได้
เลือกตัวอยู่
ผมอยู่เนี่ยผมอยู่แบบเมื่อผมเลือกตัวอยู่
มังกรมืดฟาทุยมืดและตัวอะไรสักอย่างที่เป็นไฟเหมือนปู
กดได้เลย
เลไลดิสโทแบนซ์จริงๆควรมาลงก่อนที่เลซินหมดเนี่ยไม่เป็นไรเปิดแล้วฮะ
กดกระเฟิร์มไปเลย
โก
โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยมันง่ายเกิน
มันพอผ่านท้ายมันจะเปิดโหมดต่อไปใช่ไหม
พี่ของผม2 นาทีนะไอ้ค่าตัวเหี้ยเนี่ยกับเลือดล้านกว่าเอาอะไรมาไม่ง่ายก่อน
หนาจังวะแล้วไม่มีตัวฮิวด้วยตายแน่กูฮิวไม่ได้ด้วย
เฮ้ยผมคิวได้
ยิงว่าช่วยด้วยช่วยสวยแน่
โหมันง่ายเกินพี่
รอ
ได้อันนี้มันให้เวลาพี่10 นาทีนะเว้ยกับเลือดกับปิดเดียว
ก็จริงกระจกมันโอ้มันดูดกลืนลูกน้องเหรอเนี่ยจะมากินอิ่มนอนหลับโอ้โหคุยเย่
ที่ของผมแบบเห็น20 วินี่ไม่ได้ตลกกว่านั้นผอมจริงมันโหดไปที่พาย
คอมพิวแล้วมันก็ไปอีก3 ตัวจนครบใช่ไหม
ใช่
รับรางวัลเหรอ
ไม่มันเสียลายก็เลยลายปกติอ่ะ
คำถามคือมันได้อะไร
ก็ได้ที่อาร์ติแฟกต์ที่พี่เลือกข้างหน้า
เลือกอะไรหมอก็ไม่ได้ดูด้วย
ผมเห็นเป็นโนเบดอยู่
แต่มันต้องรับเพื่อให้มันปลดล็อกอันนี้ด้วยปะ
ไม่จำเป็น
ลองไม่ต้องรับก็ได้หายไปแล้วคิดนานเกิน
ไปรอบต่อไป
เกิน
จะเปลี่ยนตัวไหม
ฮะเพิ่งนะพี่เหรอ
ใช่พี่จะเปลี่ยนตัวไหมหรือยังไง
มาเบนเน็ต
มาแนะน
ำทีม
มาแนะนำน้ำกับสายฟ้า
น้ำกับสายฟ้างั้นเอาโหสายฟ้าแต่ตัว
ผมมีแก๊งคนง่าย
เวลยังกากถุยเลย
ชาร์จไฟฟ้าเป็นทีมเดียวที่ผมยังไม่ได้สร้าง
พิชชี่เลือด1-2
โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยตัวมันง่ายเกินว่ะ
มันยังฮาร์ดอีน้องเดี๋ยว
ของผมแม่งมาปุ๊บแม่งกลางโล่สายฟ้าตีไม่โดนตีไม่เข้าแล้วพร้อมกับเวลา2 นาทีคำถามใครจะไปเข้าไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ยมันกลางโล่เหี้ยเนี่ยแล้วไม่รู้ทำยังไงด้วย
กลางโล่ไม่กดกลางใช่หรอฮะอีซีรีไรเดส
ง่ายเกิน
มาเปิดสักหน่อยกันประกันลอง
ไม่แล้วพี่เอาแฟกนี้ให้ใครใช้ล่ะ
อะไรเนี่ย
มันได้แต้มด้วยมันเห็นว่าแต้มเอาไป
ใช่มันตะกี้มัน60ต้องเปิดอีกรอบก็จะ120ไม่เป็นไรเปิดไปก่อนสลับพระจันทร์ทั้ง2 อันทิ้งไม่เป็นไรอย่าไปคิดอะไรเยอะ
ผมก็แก๊งนี้แหละพี่ผมอยู่แก๊ง
ก็เป็นน้ำกับแม่น้ำไฟเพราะมันเป็นไฟ
ผมมีอยู่แก๊งเดียว
น้ำ3 ลม 1
มันคือน้องปู
มันคือเทศบาลใช่ไหมเทศบาล
ใช่แล้ว
นี่มันปูนี่ว่ะ
ใช่มันคือน้องปู
โคลีแครบโอ้ยเสียงยังไม่กลับมาเลยบอยนี่เสียงเป็นอะไรเก่ง
ก็แกเอนจอยเกิน
ไปร้องเก่งกับเราทุกรอบเลยไม่ต้องร้องไม่นั่งเฉยอะไรกันนี่
อารมณ์อะไรของแก
โอ้ย
เนี่ยไวเกินในสัตว์
จริงเปิด
ของผมก็ได้ของผมไปอันไหนลองอันสักอันหนึ่งเดียว
อุ้ยได้โบนัสด้วยว่ะ Obtain Fate Reward
ใช้อันนี้แล้วกัน
Battle Preparation มันครบแล้วมันก็ออก
โอ้เหี้ยอะไรเนี่ย
ได้อะไรมา
ทุเรศเกิน
ของเอาไว้ย่อยของเอาไว้ย่อย น่าจะต้องลงเพื่อเอามาแบบรับรางวัลตรงนี้แหละพี่ว่าเนี่ยนี่ไง
ครบแล้วพี่มันได้แค่นี้แหละ
โอ้โหบอล450ไม่เอาคงไม่ได้เนาะ
2 อันล่างพี่ไปไม่ถึงหรอก
อ๋ออันนี้ขนนกอะไร
มันเอาไว้ทำปลาอาร์ติแฟกต์ไงจริงๆเก็บวันนี้10 วันอะแต่ว่ามันเป็นเวลาอยู่5 วัน
ไม่เป็นไรก็เดี๋ยวถ้ามันรีเซ็ตก็ค่อยว่ากันใหม่2 อันนี้ช่างมันเดือดเลยโอเครู้แล้วว่ามันคือโอ้โหได้เยอะขนาดนี้ไม่ลงคงไม่ได้ทำงานมีตังค์เท่าไหร่ขอดูแป๊บนึงเอ้ยเลเวลก่อนอุ้ย500,000
เรียบร้อยแล้วนะพี่ผมออกนะ
ได้ครับบอสขอบคุณมากครับเรียบร้อยแล้ว
ครับผมกดออกเลย แล้วก็ทีนี้พี่ก็จะกดออกไม่ได้
อุ้ย
By which I mean,
ไม่เป็นไร
there's
เดี๋ยวพี่ก็
nothing
กด
to
ติดเหมื
kill.
อนกัน
จัดปะ
ทำอะไรก่อนนะทำสิ่งอื่น
ทดสอบภาษาอังกฤษก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยเปิดคอมมาเช็ค
อุ๊ย
นึกเลือกไม่ถูกเลย แต่น่าจะนอนดึกอยู่อะภาษาอังกฤษยังไม่ถึงไหนเลยวันนี้นิดเดียวเองเมื่อวานก็
ไหนเรียนอะไรส่งบทเรียนมาให้ดูซิอยากรู้
ไม่มีอะไรก็ของไอดูเลียนนั่นน่ะ
ส่งอ่ะอยากเห็น
ก็ของไอ้อันนี้
เพราะตอนผมทำก่อนไปสอบมีเวลา2 วันเนาะรู้สึก YouTube ปะวะแล้วก็ไปเปิดเว็บข้อสอบสักอย่างแล้วรู้สึกว่าโอเคพอเห็นเกณฑ์ละว่ามันคืออะไรบ้างก็ไป let's go ไปสอบไปเที่ยวพอเข้าไปสอบจริงช็อกยากเหมือนกันแต่ไม่ได้ช็อกขนาดแบบโอ้ไม่ไหวนะแต่มันก็โอเค
No time to
ก็ได้
lose.
แล้วนั่นคือผลลัพธ์ที่ออกมาคิดว่าถ้าไม่เตรียมตัวบางคิดว่าบอลจะได้เท่าไหร่ได้ประเมินไหมได้ลองประเมินตัวเองไหม
น้อยนั่น200
บ้าไม่มีทาง200นี่คือทำแทบไม่ได้เลยนะเอาจริงๆแล้วอ่ะ
ทุกคนชอบคาดหวังผมสูงเกินไป
ผมให้อย่างน้อย400-500มันต้องมีแหละ200ก็เกินไป
ไม่น่าจะถึงสำหรับผมนะ
โอ้โหน้องข้อสอบมันไม่ได้ยากขนาดนั้นไอ้ที่มันคือมันสมควรเป็นเกณฑ์วัดคะแนนเบื้องต้นอยู่แหละเพราะว่าข้อที่มันง่ายมันก็ง่ายเลย ข้อที่มันยากก็ยากเลยไง
ง่ายมันจะถามพี่ว่าอะไรวะเอาแบบถ้ามันง่ายมันถามพี่ว่าอะไร
นึกข้อสอบไม่ออกบอลนี่ถ้ายิงคำถามนี้ไม่ออกแต่ว่ามันแบบอารมณ์แบบคำศัพท์ที่น้องจะพอดึกออกอ่ะมันไม่ได้ถึงขั้นเห็นแล้วแบบแรงอ่ะแต่มันก็ไม่ขนาด A and B bird นะนั่นก็ดูถูกคนสอบเกินไปไม่ได้ขนาดนั้น
ให้ผมลองกะว่าจะเอาสักประมาณแบบ800บวกน่าจะได้อยู่
ได้ถ้าเต็มตัวทำให้ทุกคน
เพราะว่าถ้าจะไปต่อนอกอ่ะมันต้อง800 ถึง 900มันต้อง800 ถึงเต็มว่ะแล้วผมเนี่ย
ถ้าผมได้800นะผมบอกนะอันนี้เคยเล่าบอกว่าเคยเล่าไหมถ้าไม่ได้800จะเกิดอะไรขึ้น
ไม่รู้
ไม่เคยใช่ไหมถ้าไม่ได้
อ๋อพี่จะย้ายงานไปหาเพื่อนพี่เหรอ
ถ้าที่ได้800เราน่าจะไม่เจอนะ มันเป็นเรื่องของชะตาชีวิตเหมือนกันนะพี่ว่า
ผมไม่เพิ่งเด้งก็ผมออก
ทิ้งเด้งออกโอ้ดูจอยเหรอ
พี่ดูแล้ว
อย่าโอ้ไม่มีน้องวันตีทำไมก็ไม่รู้แต่อยากตีโอเคปิดดีกว่าเจอกันพรุ่งนี้ครับขอบคุณครับผม
ครับผมเดี๋ยวไปอ่านในคอมเมนต์นะเดี๋ยวลองจูนเล่นๆรอไปก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวไม่รู้ว่าจะรันในนี่ทิ้งไว้ให้พี่ดีไหมแบบม็อกเดต้าให้พี่ดีมลองเล่นดูก่อนเดี๋ยวจะหาว่าไม่นี่ให้นาน
เขาต้องการอะไรก็จัดให้เขาไปแต่พี่ไม่รู้เขาอยากให้เราม็อกขึ้นมาเหรอเขาบอกกับเรา
ไม่มันยังไม่ต้องยิง AI แต่เหมือนแบบม็อกที่เหลือที่เขาจะไปเล่นได้ก่อนอะไรเงี้ย
ก็ทำออกมาแล้วไม่ได้หรอสรุปก็มีแล้วคีย์เวิร์ดก็มีแล้ว
ไม่ใช่มาถึงม็อกอันนี้คือแบบว่าม็อกตัวแบบแมปคีย์แมปรอ data อะไรอย่างเงี้ยเขาอยากได้แบบนั้นนะ
อุ้ยน้องบอลเพชรมี5,400แล้ววะไม่ได้เปิดแค่จะบอกเลย
ถ้าเขาบอกว่ามันไม่ส่งเขาเสาร์อาทิตย์เขาทำงานด้วยอ่ะบ้าบอก
โอ้ยเสาร์อาทิตย์เขาทำงานเป็นเสาร์อาทิตย์ที่พี่ใช้วันคุ้มมากเลยอ่ะเสาร์หน้าก็ไปวิ่งใช่ไหมอาทิตย์ก็อาทิตย์ว่างอาทิตย์ที่1 กุมภาโอ้เป็นเลือกตั้งนี่หว่า
อุ้ยโอ้โหนึกได้ลืมโอนตังค์ไอ้เหี้ย
ค่า
เท่าไหร่แล้ววะ
ตังค์หมดแล้วเดือนนี้ช็อตแล้วเนี่ย เหลืออยู่
20,000
โอ้ไม่พอนะครับเนี่ยจ่ายนี่จ่ายสินก็หมดแล้วครับเนี่ย
ไปเดี๋ยวพาไปเลี้ยงชาบู
ต้องเอาเงินเดือนหน้าไปจ่ายค่ารถแล้วค่าน้ำมันอย่าลืมเตือนด้วยบินยังไม่มา
คิว
เพราะว่าทำไมกูบริหารเงินดีจังอ๋อเปล่าติดลบไปแล้ว
วันนี้900นี่เดี๋ยวปิดก่อนครับปิดแบบปิดจริงๆนะปั๊บ